Hello. Happy Tuesday. Forgot what day it is. Okay. Bear with me for a second. I'm streaming on multiple platforms per usual, but we are shooting this to Facebook for the first time. So I am checking that right quick to see where it went. I don't fucking know where it is. If I'm being honest, I have no idea where it went. But we'll see what happens. Sooner or later, it'll pop up somewhere. Happy Tuesday, y'all. You're going to need your helmets, your shit kickers, your splash guards, you know, everything to get us through a LawCow update of the entitled ones. Ugh. What a long day already. Good afternoon, everybody. For some of you, it's like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's only noon here. It's lunchtime, so we're going to get going. We're going to talk some shit. Happy St. Patty's Day. It's my in-laws' anniversary today, so it's not only St. Patty's Day, but their anniversary. All right, let's get this show on the road. We'll open here, and then we're going to talk for a little bit. Oh, I got to go grab my notebook. Hold on. Well, I'm not really sure where this went. Oh, wait, I see it. Oh, it does like its own little creation thing over here. Oh, that's interesting. Hey, Barbie, happy St. Patty's Day. You're on Facebook. That's cool. Okay. All right. I'm seeing what's happening here. How are you guys? First of all, how is everybody doing? Will I pull up the bullshit we're going to do? Don't mind me. I have decided that Facebook for me is probably one of the better platforms for me to stream to, because that's where majority of my awareness people are. So with that being said, let me close these out and let me pull up what we're about to do. If you're not ready to go, be ready to go, because yikes is all I can say. Man, some of you don't understand what's what these days. But my anti-civil rights ass over here, we're going to go right quick to a friend of mine by the name of Spitfire Spotlight. She's going to open us up with a video that I find to be quite fucking ironic, considering what we're about to watch. This is from Spitfire. Let me grab you her link. Give me a second. I'll give you the direct link to this video. Share, copy. So all of you have her channel linked. Hey, Keith. Good to see you. All right. Listen up. This is from, let me tell you the date. May 1st, 2025. It's called Julie Skolnick. What's your end goal? Julie says, what?
107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, etc.
She was on Queen Bee, and Queen Bee says this sometimes, and she doesn't really. She has this thing. She goes, well, she has a great voice, and she's like, what? What? I can't even do it. I know they're gonna play it. What? Like that, and it's really funny. I wish I could say it like she says it. I don't know what it's from, but she's referring to whatever. It's just what the kids say nowadays, you know, in the urban.
Just what the kids say nowadays, huh?
Dictionary. What? What? I was like, what? I was like, what? What'd she say? I'm like, come again, girl. What'd you say? What'd you say? I said, she's talking about me, and she said I said something, and I was like, what? I was like, I think you got that backwards. Like, I literally said the opposite of what you say I'm saying. Like, maybe you heard it wrong. All right, so anyway.
Maybe you heard it wrong. Well, I think the upcoming piece we're all about to hear correctly. This is funny as fuck to me.
I'm on my own island, and I like it this way. It's not.
You're what? You're on your own what? Huh?
My own island, and I'm
your own island. You're on your own island?
Wrong. All right, so anyway, I'm on my own island, and I like it this way. It's not Turtle Island. It's just my own island. I'm in no man's land.
Oh. Don't tell me you're another one that wants to be an island girl. Well, isn't it ironic?
I want the truth. I just want the truth. People say, what's your agenda now?
Wait, did you just say you want the truth? You want the truth? You just want the truth? But then when other people search for the truth, you don't like it, do you? Julie, what you meant there was you like situational truth. That works for you, right? That's what it is. Okay.
In no man's land. I want the truth. I just want the truth. People say, what's your agenda now? You know, what's your end game, Julie? The end game is the truth. Oh. And it is, I take responsibility that I didn't investigate. I didn't, I do my own investigations and research, and I was totally one-sided. But since the behavior has changed from Seth and Tony, well, Tony's behavior is old Tony, but Seth seems to have changed dramatically. But I didn't really notice it. I guess it was maybe always there, but I didn't notice it. Maybe I had blinders on. I don't know. But at this point, if you want to know what I want right now, I want the truth. I want the truth. None of the parents have been cleared. And I would like the truth, right? And I think a lot of people want the truth about where is Sebastian? What happened to Sebastian? Was he harmed? And if so, who did it?
It always amazes me that some people want the truth in certain situations that only benefit them. The irony of this never falls.
And hope that he gets justice. So at this point, my end game is the truth. Okay? And like, what? No, that was terrible. Oh, please don't clip that, anybody. What? What'd you say about me? Okay. I'm like, what? That I was like, what? I'm like, what? Come again? What'd you say, girl? No. I said the opposite of that. What, Texana? What'd you say? Girl, we need to have a talk. I think you misheard. I think you heard that wrong. Because they'll be like, the judge might just go, what?
Bubbles all day. Are we sure she's not? Are we sure she's not still, though? I mean, I know her words and stuff, but I have no proof who Julie does anything for besides her. Gotcha, Earth. I gotcha. Give me 1 second. Yeah. Kind of interesting, huh? I have no idea where she aligns besides for Julie.
What? Who's this girl? Who is this Julie from New Jersey? The judge is going to go, what? Right? They're going to present that as she said. And I'm like, what? No, wrong. Don't even, listen, the first rule of Julie Club is don't talk about anything Julie does. And they showed this video of white boy LawCow saying that, stuff. And then it's like, this is who I'm taking orders from. And Brandy's watching. They're my bosses now. Really? You want to say, what? I mean, I saw that video that 5D put out saying, I'm taking orders from this one and this one and this one. I'm like, what? Right? What? Come again.
Speaking of 5D, isn't it ironic that that's the clip channel that Betty used to paint a narrative against Duchess with Lady Freedom? Yeah, there's a lot of weird shit going on here. It's also really weird considering that's the video Betty chooses to make her first video in her recent switchover to her Sebastian's Army page. Things that make you go,
Now, see again, who am I taking orders from? The people who were totally upfront in ordering me around or trying to was, but not directly, through Jay from Primetime Buzz. Was Tony and Seth. Had Jay from Primetime Buzz call me to say, Tony and Seth are upset about your petition and they want you to take it down immediately. And I was like, what? What? I'm like, what? I'm like, do they want to talk to me about this? No, they just told me to call you. Okay, well, let me think about this. I don't want to be disrespectful. I'll take his picture off. I'll take his name off of it, but I'm not taking, that's common around here, Julie. People accuse nonsense of being a lot of other people. Please, Queen Bee's mods get accusing of being all matters of brands and people. Yeah, and you know what? It's like, everybody. I'm like, there's some people who are like, listen, everybody's. I feel like people are either. I don't even know what I feel. Honestly, I don't know what I feel. I don't know what people are. I want to get to the bottom of things. That's it. I don't like being lied to. And that pisses me off. And it probably pisses a lot of people off. And a lot of people.
Sure does piss a lot of us off being lied to. Yep. Welcome to the fucking biodome, bitch.
People want to know the truth. They're tired of spin and, and it just seems like the behavior gets weirder and weirder. And you're just like, what is this? Asking me, what's your end game? What's your end game, dude? That's what I want to know at night. What are you here for? You say you're here for a Sebastian. Oh, you're just in a courtroom and on Twitter. What are you talking about other YouTubers trying to get on TMZ, having people sign NDAs. And there's so many people, you guys, unfortunately, people have told me a lot of stuff, and right now I'm going through my mind of all the stuff I've been told over this time period about things.
All right, that about covers it for this video.
I thought that was a very interesting throwback to how some people like the truth as long as it seems to align on their side and convenient for them, but only when it's convenient for them. Joe Reese, thank you for renewing and welcome back to the cabana. Oh, you'll catch on, phonetics. You'll catch on pretty soon. This will be a fun one because we have an hour and 40 minutes to watch of the Crybaby Wine Fit today. But to open it in the perfect way, Julie, because I know you're really caught up and lost, two things really quick. I am a motherfucking island who supports women's rights and wrongs, just not fucking liars, since you can't get it straight. And one other thing, look at this. This is courtesy of, well, I bought it. Petty sent me the link. Look what I got. Talk about, I ordered, it's way too big, but I'm going to still wear it. I got an XL and it's huge, but look it says nonsense. Bunch of fucking nonsense. Cheap hoe fashion from Shein, but it's really actually really cool. It says members only and shit. Be loved to Detroit. It's cool. It's a cool sweatshirt. It just came in like 2 seconds. It's too big, but I'm going to keep it and hope it shrinks. I like oversized shit anyways. Thank you, Petty, for the link to that. All right, let's go here because, I am that bitch. Just a reminder, respect is earned, not given. Not given freely, especially on this internet. And that's where we're going to open just a little reminder, because some people seem to forget the bigger picture here. Yes, there is a lot currently going on, but there's not just been the Julie and the BJ versus Clue and Cletus versus Barbecue and Granny. There was more and has been more than the BHB and the Queen Bee. Let's take it back for a second and talk for just a moment about what I'm seeing, the bigger picture that some of you forget. That at one point in time, I knew that people would recall some of these things and understand where I'm coming from. If you think about all of these quote unquote true crime cases that have kind of infiltrated these sectors over the last, let's say, 5 years, some previous to me being on here, and I've been on here almost 4 years. Think about all of the time Lana wasted in our courts. Those people met up, a lot of them, during case coverage. And then think about how many different things, how many different court cases that she used our courts for. All of the time, the money wasted. Anybody? A lot. Sure fucking a lot. Let's talk about JLR and Unirock. Some of you don't even know who these names are. Unirock and JLR. Another frivolous fucking bullshit situation. Both of them liars. Tied up court systems. Let's talk about Katie Joy and how many different ones? 7M, Todd Chrisley, insert name. Let's talk about BHB and Crude. Turtle Boy. Well, hello. I have a panel guest.
Hello. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening.
This was something Earth and I got into the discussion about last night, and we were like, holy fuck. If you think about it, pretty much every one of these cases has had something like this fall off of it.
Oh,
you go back to the Watts case. Frankie Rusick, a creator, rightfully so. Again, I agree with that one, because what happens to these families is ridiculous. But then you've got all sorts of shit that comes in other facets around these. Every time. You've got all the different ones off the Karen Reed case. When the case starts to resolve, then it seems to be creator on creator or creator versus victims. Valo Daybell, Lauren, Matthias, and then going after other creators. You've got Ickmel, Upchurch. You've got BHB and the Laundries. You've got Lady Freedom, White Boy, RO. You got Dolly Vision and Savage. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it is so much deeper, and it's so much more problematic than people are even willing to see. Think about all the time that some of these cases have taken up in the courts. Then you have things like Ray Andracchio, I probably am butchering that name wrong, versus Critical K. Victims and their families who need justice. You got the Rodney family versus Upchurch coming up. You've got the Proudfoots. I mean, you just can insert. I have a list here. We were making a list as we were talking about them. And this, I'm like broad going over it.
It was way too much. And
It's
way
a lot.
too many.
When you sit here and actually look at this and you realize, like, you've got stuff around the laundries with BHB, Like every one of these, there's been something. It's crazy. Yeah, Crime Chronicles, it's something you can't avoid either. And at one point in time, I knew that people stood against frivolous waste of our court. These are grown adults who have the choice that they can shut this shit off. If they shut this shit off, if Julie stopped poking for a reaction, because that's exactly what she did. I'm sorry, you can't tell me any different. She went in and started poking to get a reaction because they learned that New Jersey laws were different and she had ability. Yeah, they're fucking reckless. They say stupid shit. They need to be held accountable. BJ has wasted our court systems with all sorts of frivolous fucking bullshit. But this is a trending problem that is growing and becoming more and more normalized. Oh my gosh, it's way worse than that. I just barely touched the surface of this. There's stuff off the Watts case, Sebastian Rogers case, the Long case. Then you have Lana. The Quentin Simon case is where the BHB Queen Bee stuff kind of stemmed from. You've got Idaho 4 with the psychic. You've got BHB, JLR, the Unirock BHB fell off, but she was a part of that. You've got stuff around the Wells case, the Petito case, every one of these cases. And then you've got other communities like the anti-Scientology who are wasting the courts one after another, after another, after another. It's really shocking when you actually break it down and see how normal this is becoming. Kathleen, you're missing the picture. The courts will handle it. Nothing anyone else can do. Right. We can all just sit here and pretend that it's fine, right? We can normalize this shit. Wasting court time, wasting justice for real victims, resources for real victims. These people aren't fucking victims. Some of the families I mentioned are. Absolutely. But these are grown adults making choices to engage. And then when it becomes too much, they cry foul and victim. The courts shouldn't have to be handling this. These grown-ass adults should be checking out before it gets to that point. But it's their income, right?
Yep.
Victimhood is an income stream these days.
You have people on here who make YouTube their income, their actual job.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not their job to make up lies. It's their choice to make up those lies. That's their choice. I don't find a job. I don't know. Let me put it in a different perspective. I don't know any job on here or outside of YouTube. I don't know any job out there that will allow you to make up lies after lies on people. I don't. I really don't.
Yeah,
especially when it's going to ruin people's lives.
Yeah. Yep, these people wouldn't make it in the real fucking world when it comes to a real job. No, you guys are fine. You can list any cases you can think of from any type of thing. But if you actually think about it, like think about the victims in these cases who fight for years to even get justice for their loved one. And then they have to go through trying to take, like Frankie, for instance, with Armchair Detective. That took forever. And that was deserved. In my opinion, that was not a frivolous suit. Like that was, but it took years and so much money. And then you have all these other little things. Yeah, do I agree with what White Boy did driving to Lady Freedom? No, absolutely not. I don't. But these are choices that grown adults are making to engage with some of this shit. And it's become a fucking thing. What Upchurch did to Iqmel, disgusting. But then you've got people like BHB. One after another she's involved in. Crude. Queen. The injunction. She threatens constantly. Like, it's just fucking wild. It's became its own little fucking sector. It's became its own thing. Like, at one time, people stood against this type of shit and supported real victims. And now it seems to be skewed of what a real victim actually is. It's wild. It's wild. You've got Smiley. I'll give another example. Smiley used Summer Wells' case in her own personal DV situation. She wrote a letter on behalf of her husband and used Summer Wells' name to try and get his charges thrown out. They have no care or concern for these victims. Yeah, think about that. All of the court time locked up with that. The Toddy Westbrook, the Chrisleys, the 7M. Ryan Upchurch is a country rapper.
Yeah.
Something like that.
I mean, he's only good for one song, in my opinion, and that's Hillbilly. It's mainly what everybody plays, but neither here or there. But he's still a piece of shit. You know what I mean? Look what he did to the Rodney family.
Oh my gosh,
that was disgusting.
Family to Dre. Yeah. That was fucking disgusting, and there's been no lawsuits off of that. However, during that time, the extreme anti-KJ community went after a sub, and but that was deserved too. Then you've got like WFLA, I think is the one that sued Jay during the Petito case. We looked back to the John Benet Ramsey case, and Burke Ramsey went after CBS. So it's been a thing that's been happening, and it's becoming more normalized through social media. But then you have these, in my opinion, unstable characters who grab onto these stories and become the victims. Yeah, Critical K was sued. We have her on the list. Turtle Boy, there's been a bunch of court cases off of that. I think the lady's name was Kate. Hey, Caffeinated Duchess. What we're talking about lucid dreams is overall. So a lot of these creators I cover claim that they're true crime or they cover true crime. But oftentimes they get themselves in a position because of their coverage that either they start going back and forth with other creators and then use our court systems because they can't handle and be adults. So they weaponize our courts, or the victims, the actual family and the victims, eventually, it takes a long time usually for them, will have to use the court systems to try and get any type of, I don't even know what you would call it, because it's not justice, because it's one person usually, like Frankie Rusick, Shanann's brother. That's one person that defamed their family. One person. So is it really justice? And our courts are so backlogged as is, like it's just becoming, it's a bigger thing over and over again. Yeah, Auburn, that's what we were talking about last night. Earth and I got into like this long conversation because I was like, people are not understanding what a bigger situation this is than just surface level. Yeah, we talk about these cases because they're brought here. But then you start really thinking about, you peel it back layer by layer, and it just keeps getting deeper and deeper. Oh yeah, it absolutely does, lucid dreams, because before BHB went after Queen, before BJ went after Granny, there was JLR going after Unirock. The pettiest little fucking shit.
Speaking of that, let me go get that playlist real quick.
Doug from Know Things, is that what you're talking about, Homie D? I mean, this is just the ones we were thinking about. Then you've got SF and Hong with this one. You've got Barbecue Lady and her daughter. Like, there's so many different pieces that happen off of these cases. Why do you think a company like At Night has came in and done this and said very proudly when they started this injunction, we will be keeping people tied up in litigation until 2030? You know why? Because it's profitable. It's fucking profitable. And if it doesn't give you guys some sort of aha moment when we watched Betty yesterday, for those of you that saw it, we watched Betty get on her channel, her backup channel that is a monetized channel, tell everybody flat out, oh, well, it's 3 days old now, but 3 days ago, her video, she tells everybody she's changing that channel to a Sebastian's Army channel. So what's her intro video to Sebastian's Army? Her defaming the fuck, in my opinion, out of Duchess to try and connect Duchess to Chris and Katie to try and claim that there's some sort of business model a grooming group connected to these parents of a missing child. They're starting all over again. Every bit of it is starting all over again. The appeal is about to be thrown out with the injunction, or handled, not thrown out, excuse me. They're going to resolve that. And Betty and crew are over here doing the craziest shit. Now tell me, BJ, Texana versus Seth. There you go. Tell me that BJ is not a distraction. Tell me she's not a distraction.
Because if you guys don't see it, you really should do a little bit more workup on it.
Yeah. It's so much deeper than Julie versus BJ.
Yeah.
BJ versus... It's so much fucking deeper. And when we start normalizing this, when you look at the cases that are happening, I mean, Kylie Rodney's mom could have taken BJ to court, in my opinion, from the sounds of it, for what she has done. I don't know, ultimately, Lucid Dreams, what the play will be. Sometimes I think it's just continued fuckery because it brings people spotlight and attention. But as we've been paying attention to BJ, Crime Time Buzz, Betty, Lady Freedom, all the green team have been freaking spreading the most insane misinformation ever. More filings constantly. It does, Kathy, me too. It absolutely makes me helpless. And that's why I'm shooting shit to Facebook now again too. Because a lot of these cases, the discussion groups and the forums start in Facebook discussion groups. Yeah. Countessa, it really does. When you start to really pull this back, it really gives you a different... Thank you, Lucid Dreams, for being a member for 3 months. When you really start looking at this, it is crazy. No, we haven't, Rebel. So when I saw what Betty was up to and realized what she was saying, she's saying it flat out. That she's changing her monetized second channel into Sebastian's Army channel. They're up to something. You ain't changing that channel into a Sebastian's Army channel without the intent. And coming out here and boldly stating that Katie murmured her son, starting that channel off with the defamation like she did, saying that there's a grooming group trying to connect it, that's wild.
I mean, let's just be frank here. Usually when you can't really get to somebody, what is the one thing that they're going to get to you with? Calling you a pedo, a chummo, or a predator. Because with those 3 words, they think that's the sure likely that they're going to get to you and they're going to get you to respond.
Tiba Michelle. Look at that comment, Earth.
How did JLR get famous? Litigious, right?
He sued everybody and their mama. That's his claim to fame. Sure is.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. And I know a lot of you get uncomfortable when I say this, but the overlap between the political antagonists and the playbook here that they're now using in these true crime cases, there's a definite connection. There's a definite connection. Betty, JLR, so many of them use it at night. They use that same freaking playbook. Just tailor it. Because the same thing, like I've said before, our government's been profiting off of victims and their pain for decades. It really does, Coco, doesn't it? Where do we go from here? What do we do? But shutting up and just being like, oh yeah, the courts will handle it. The courts shouldn't have to be handling some of this shit. You see, that's pathetic. How many times? And then we can break it down to just fucking ROs. You want to talk about just the people that have tried to get ROs on each other because of mean poopy words?
I mean, fuck. Let's just use me and nonsense, for instance. We could have gotten ROs on each other if we wanted to, but would it have made any difference? No, because our words against each other were never a problem.
Yeah, they
We
were
never
never
made
bad.
we never no, we never made up lies about each other. We never called each other horrific names. Never.
Never.
It was
Alma,
just words on the fucking internet.
we're a bad example because we didn't even
We
hardly.
did.
Yeah, that's not even a good example to that one.
Well,
Alma,
I'm just
thank
saying.
you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Hold on, we got to play this one. Thank you, Alma.
Go for
We'll
it.
play Moon right quick on this.
God.
That's right. It's us. Gang, gang.
I just drove it in the grass. I just drove it in the grass. We're fine. We're fine. We're good. We're good.
Oh my God, I die every fucking time I watch that shit. I fucking die. I'm sorry, I can't stand her, but that's the fucking funniest shit ever because that's how I feel. I feel like the dog in the basket out here some days when she hits that brake and the dog just slams forward. That's what I feel like I'm getting. It's real. That's a real clip. That's fucking Tia. Tia sent that the
Damn it,
other
Tia.
day. Thank you, Alma.
Me and Tia talked. If Moon did more content like that, we definitely review her and give her positive feedback for that.
Right. Yeah, do that shit. Wreck on your scooter. Like, I can handle that. But if
Me
you
too.
think about it, oh my gosh, allegedly speculating, that's spot on. That is really spot on. That is a funny fucking clip. I can't, like I said, I can't stand her. Even people I can't stand, like that's shit's fucking hysterical. But when you really start to like think about this, that's what I was telling Earth last night. Earth, Duchess, and I were talking. And when you really start pulling this shit back, there's so much more going on in these cases, in these communities. And we kind of have covered the Sebastian Rogers case more. But Brittany is absolutely a fucking distraction. Betty is a plaintiff in this injunction in Pennsylvania and has been doing the absolute fucking most too. But because she's quick to threaten to sue, and she has, think about how much money these cases have cost overall and resources, the police calls. Now, some of it gets more ridiculous, like there's stuff in the Karen Reed case that's more similar to like the BJ stuff, people like that going after Turtle Boy, things of that nature. But there is so much money and time, and our court systems are broken as is. So where do we go from here? Because it's becoming a trend, and it has been for fucking years, and it's just escalating with each case. Hey, Revival. Do you see what I'm saying? You guys understand? I'm sure some of you do.
We may not be able to stop this from We may not be able to stop this from happening, but bringing attention to it might get people to at least see the bigger picture here for the next person and the next person and the next person that thinks about doing this. Because this court system is very convoluted, it takes away from the actual victims that actually need it. Not just on here, but on the outside. There are victims on the outside that need this court system.
Yeah.
But when you got YouTubers like this, like Julie and BJ, come on now. This is stupid. Two people that poke at each other daily. It's
well, one.
Come on now.
One
Sorry.
that had full intent and laid it out for full intent before she even started going.
Yeah.
And that's the thing is like people want to say, and we're gonna watch her hour and 40-minute video that she did the other day. That's what we're getting ready to roll into. But I wanted to make sure I open this with the bigger picture. Like this isn't just about the two of them. This is so much deeper, and it's way bigger than people realize. It's becoming so much. I can see your comments making me. I can see yours too, Kay. I don't know what's going on the YouTube side. They're not being deleted by mods. If your guys are having a glitch, I have no idea.
And yes, Hatter's Madness, and those that really do need ROs. Yes, that is correct. You're right.
That's Coco. That's what I don't think people are understanding at one point in time. I remember when the JLR and uni thing started, I couldn't stand uni or JLR. And it was so quickly like pushed out of here. Nah, this is bullshit. Bullshit.
Well, I did put the playlist that you have on Unirock in the back for you to drop so people can get brushed up on what nonsense went through with that douchebag.
Ugh.
No, I remember them days. Okay, I do. I'm going to have to go get brushed up myself. There's some that I don't remember. There's some things I do remember about that. But that whole thing with JLR and Unirock, that was never going to go anywhere. People did know that.
Well, look at Betty. We'll
Right.
take Betty, for instance, with the crude stuff. Before crude, Betty made a name for herself and got attention by going after and suing wasn't it the laundries she sued for some frivolous fucking bullshit to get her name in headlines?
Yeah, over I think 40, like maybe $40 to $60 signs that she had made.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
And then crude was ridiculous too.
Yeah. Look how she fucked up his life.
Fucking unreal. And it's been one after another. Every case almost now, it's become a thing with Betty. It is, oh God, fit and curvy. I just, when Earth said that last night when we were talking, she's like, oh, you got it. And I was like, ugh. Like, ugh. Uni, ooh. But there's so many of these lawsuits that are happening. And if you think this is bad, TikTok and the podcasters and the people going back and forth and the ROs that are happening and the calls to the police from TikTokers. And they're doing it while they're on live streams, calling the cops on each other, showing up at each other's houses. And it's fucking content. It's became content.
Absolutely.
It's wild.
Just like the TikToker who's being sued right now because of Idaho 4.
I think that resolved, didn't it?
Yeah, she has to pay out a shit ton of money.
Yeah. Soft docs versus hard docs. And here's the thing, we're not disagreeing with some of these. Some of these are very needed and justified, like Armchair Detective, the family members. There are a lot of things that, but those cases get buried and take years for those families. Chris and Katie have 4 ROs against Betty. And look at what she's still able to do on social media to this family. Over and over again. Over and over again. The money Queen Bee had to spend to defend herself was outrageous. I'm so glad she had community support, but just think of the actual help in this world that money could have gone or could have done. Yeah. I mean, honestly, these lawsuits cost because people like Lana, somebody mentioned it earlier, are using indigent, is that right? Indigent? Where they're claiming that they're poor and they don't even have to file the court fees. They're not even paying the court fees to file these. They're saying that they're too poor to file them, but then turning around and continuing on.
Stephanie, that's what I sent you a message for. I needed your help with a couple of those cases from Girl World.
Oh, yeah. We were talking about that too. There's a whole other group. Like every community has situations like this.
And Girl World is notorious for that shit.
You got Mommy Rambling's blog and Hell to the No, I think, right?
Yep.
That was one.
That's one of them, yeah. I don't know if that's been settled or it's still going.
I don't remember what they said. Lena's like, I think it's over 15 cases with who knows what the fuck. I mean, just think of those right there and how much that has cost our court. Yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. It's crazy, though, when you really think about this shit. And you think about the overall weight on our justice system when these people claim that they're true crime creators to begin with. Neither of them won. Yeah, so it's just that was JLR and Uni. Neither of them won. They settled.
Okay, good.
BHP Crude, I think, ended up paying her $500 and settling, but it still ties up the court for quite a period of time before that even happens. It's became way bigger than people realize, and it's spreading out into all of these different sectors. I don't have an answer for it. I don't have any idea. But I just see it's became a trending thing, and it's kind of a little daunting when you think about it. Hussy and gaining ground.
That's right. That's one of them. Thought about that this morning.
Or our veterans, Coco. Yeah, you're going to probably see me get a little heated today as we review this, because this one is going to take some shots at me being anti-civil rights. Well, I look at her as the most entitled white Karen ass having bitch who doesn't even understand what the fuck is going on, but yet she wants to say I'm anti-civil rights. Well, I look at people like her who are so selfish and self-serving. So don't be surprised when I pop the fuck off today at Julie. It's going to happen. So you ready to go?
Yeah, she's psychotic in this one. I fucking love it.
I'd say subs need to stop funding the creators for legal shit, not when they are defending against the ones filing the case in the first place. Yeah, but the ones filing the case in the first place. It's just, there's such a bigger situation. Like, I'm glad that people have supported the people drug into these, like Barbecue Granny Queen. I'm glad that they had the support. But what's going to happen eventually? I don't know. Where is this going to go?
Real quick, I know you guys are putting in DC media in the chat for lawsuits. I prefer not to have her part of it because she's no longer here to defend herself or any of that. And I know she was she passed away not long ago, just a few months short. But
DC, is that DC Media Girl?
Yeah.
She passed away?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So I know she was a big part of a lot of lawsuits and stuff. I just prefer not to have her part of this.
Lucid dreams. Yeah, that's the scary part, is because that was the intent, in my opinion, with Nick and those guys, was to financially break them. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I don't know much about her at all or anything. I just had heard the name somehow. I don't even remember what it was connected to, but sorry to hear that. It's just became such a big situation out here with what is going on here, and people are missing the bigger picture of what this is kind of overall doing. And at one time, and I know there's still some people, there's still some of us that recognize this is a bigger picture. There's a bigger situation growing here ultimately. But you've got Betty just itching for anything and anyone. She's Sue happy. She's trying to be the next JLR. And she's proving that time and time again. She's a plaintiff in this injunction, but you know what? BJ's a useful idiot to people like At Night. Look at all the attention she's drawn. Because of her reckless, fucking careless behavior. She was a perfect plaintiff for them. It's fucking crazy. It is, Rebel Soul. It is. And if you really sit back and think about it, I don't know where we go. Maybe it's the families subs should start supporting against the creators who are using their tragedy. Yeah, Hartley, I wish we had some sort of, like, what do we do in this situation? All we can do is fucking bring awareness to what we can. Perfect, Patsy. Agreed.
Well, like many people on here have already explained, myself included, we're not the police. We're not the FBI. We're nobody. We're just channel holders with subscribers. We're also assholes, bitches, whatever you want to call us. But we're not the end all be all of these cases. We're not law enforcement. We're nobody. So who are we to drag or accuse any of these families of harming their family members that are missing, that have been unalived? Who are we? We're nothing. We shouldn't be doing that. Let the actual law enforcement or whoever's investigating it handle that. You're going to bring awareness to it.
Where'd you go? There you are.
You're doing the same thing I was doing last night.
I'm trying to figure out where I want to put us. Oh, no, I don't want to put us there.
Not on her chest, we're not.
Fine.
Anyway.
Right here.
But we're nobody.
Yeah.
So making all these accusations and making up stories and lies as you go, what's the point in that? And where does that get you? What does that give you?
I guess for me, I see people like Julie and BJ to be incredibly fucking selfish. And let me explain why. I can't give them the same grace I can give Granny and Barbecue. I can't even remotely give them the same grace. And here's the reason why. They came into this using this missing child's case with absolutely no respect or give a fuck of the things they said about these parents at all. And then when that wasn't beneficial to either one of them, they started poking at each other. They both could have shut the door on this. They could have easily shut the door on this. Julie has done over 25 streams since December on Brittany and Craig when she started filing police reports. They used their poor behavior towards Chris and Katie and then eventually decided to become the biggest victims. These are grown-ass fucking adults. At the end of the day, same thing with me. I could have gotten wrapped up in this shit with the anti-KJ community. You sure as fuck. I had to go to court. One time. Sure did. I could have absolutely entertained that. You know what I did? I fucking ignored them. I blocked, I ignored, and I stopped talking about them and stopped engaging with them unless there is something that comes back up. I don't touch it. I could have sure as fuck got into an entire legal situation with them. I have the emails, the fucking all of it. It wasn't worth it. And when we're detailing actual victims' stories, it feels incredibly fucking selfish. Yeah, but I streamed for 8 hours. That's a problem, right? It was never a problem when I was streaming the truth when it was on the side people wanted to recognize. Nothing new here.
Oh, gosh, she got a problem with your numbers. How many you've lost, how many she's gained.
Let's go.
It was funny. Yeah, let's do it. Let's go.
So when you think of why the fuck am I doing this? Or why won't I shut up? Just remind yourself, I see it from a way bigger perspective than just these two. Julie and BJ are one and the fucking same. And I'm going to do a side-by-side comparison. She just happens to be on her own today, and she wants the smoke. So I'm going to give her the fucking smoke. Don't cry for me, Argentina. You asked for it. But there's a lot more to these situations and the overall reason why I even have a fucking channel. And yeah, did I get caught up a little bit in the BJ? Abso-fucking-lutely. But this has been the perfect time for me to recenter and remind myself exactly what I'm doing and why. Because I don't have an answer, but I know that I'm not going to be a part of normalizing this type of shit and using legal actions when adults can't fucking emotionally regulate and or draw boundaries and walk the fuck away. Oh, and one other thing. 6 up really quick. I don't go to therapy on an app. I don't know where you got that. Maybe it was from me suggesting that if people needed a therapist to look at psychology today. But the only thing I do occasionally is we'll Zoom if it's on a day that she's not in the office. But I go in person, so I'm not really sure where you got that. I don't really know why you care, but that's misinformation. So if you or anybody else needs a therapist, because a lot of you motherfuckers do, Psychology Today has a great breakdown in everybody's area and gives you like credentials and all the shit like that they kind of work with on therapists. I do not suggest doing app therapy. Actually, that's not something I do, like BetterHelp and shit. I think it's better to find somebody locally, and if it's easier for you to do telehealth visits, then do that, whatever. But I think that one-on-one connection is extremely important with a therapist. So anywho, something I forgot to mention the other day. So
I think everybody should go to therapy. I mean, why not?
I think there's a lot more that need it. If you don't think that JS wouldn't turn on the so-called dark side, remember where she was before that. Caffeinated Duchess, do we know that she's not? And I'm not trying to be an asshole, but I don't believe anything that comes out of this woman's mouth because she's a chronic liar.
Oh,
Julie
that
does
she
what
is.
Julie does for Julie. Julie ain't doing this on the benefit. She does this to have some ass pats and fucking kudos, but she doesn't have any fucking loyalty to the truth, first and foremost, let alone anything else at all.
But in
All right.
this will tell you if she's really in fear for her safety from Craig. This will tell you. Because now, even though I still question, but this just bit it for me. It really did. But you guys will hear it soon.
Hartley, I kind of recall a little bit. Some of this shit I've tried to black out intentionally because there's just too many of these people. Natasha Cooper. There you go. I mean, you guys
Oh shit, we forgot about that one.
put the names in. I mean, you can
Shit.
anybody you can think of, but I think that's when we talk about this, people need to like there is such a bigger picture here overall of how much our courts are being wasted. And we are starting to watch people normalize it. Yeah, I can't stand what Brittany does. Fucking can't stand it. Absolutely think it's repulsive. I think she needs held accountable. She was so willing over a personal vendetta to catch Granny up in anything. She had no regard for her safety, no regard for fucking the money it would cost her. None. Do I have any empathy that she's having to show up at court? No, I don't. Ultimately, don't give a fuck. What I give a fuck about is victims. What I give a fuck about is our justice system that is already broken, being bogged down by idiots like this. I say it again. If our justice system wasn't bogged down, do you think this injunction in Pennsylvania would have taken so long? No. Our court systems are bogged fucking down as is, and real victims are being denied protection and justice every day because of shit like this. It's fucking wild. Oh, do you? Okay. I might have to do that. This one's wild. This one is fucking wild. Okay. This is a shit talk one. We're not going to really, I mean, we'll get into whatever we want to off of this. I haven't watched it all, but this one's interesting as fuck.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, and the title of this is Nonsense is Against Civil Rights.
I think this light's too bright. Probably all right. Hello. I don't know who's on, but who cares? I thought I'd come on and talk. Is it 5 after? I didn't even check the time. I think it is. I just turned it on.
Do you guys want to see who comes in the chat and comments? Do you want that on the screen or not? Oh, never mind. It's going to be on there. Never mind.
Can you hear me okay?
No.
Let me turn the sound up.
Never mind.
Sorry.
Yes, this is from March 15th, 14th, night of the 14th. Yes.
Did I put a chat in here? I think I did. Give me just like a tap a screen or high five or not high five or just hello or sound check.
Night of the 15th.
That way I know. Sorry. Give me 1 second. Sorry. Can you hear me?
Unfortunately.
With those glasses, we can.
I opened with that Spitfire clip too because Julie was screaming that she's her own island. Yeah, bitch, you don't even know what that is. You've never stood on your own, and I don't think you even have the balls to do remotely what I do and go against the grain. You couldn't handle the fucking backlash. and it'll be proven in this. And secondly, you just wanted the truth. You want situational truth. You don't care about the truth. It really sucks when you go looking for the truth and it doesn't fall where you want it to. People like you brush that under the rug and act like it doesn't exist. I'm not one of those.
Okay. Good.
Hey, Swamp Girl. Hey, Pika.
So I thought I'd come live.
The 15th.
Talk about, I don't know, say hello, tell you I'm okay.
Scotty.
Maybe
There
not an
are.
update, but just like what's going on.
Julie said herself that the court system is backlogged, and Julia said herself what her entire intent in this entire process was. That's why we've done like 60 fucking hours, because Julie laid out her entire fucking plan publicly of what she was going to try to do to be the martyr to take Brittany down. Sure did.
It's been really like, I don't know, bewildering to me.
Hey,
It's been a bewildering time. For the people who have been my friends, who have been compassionate, who've been kind to me in this wild period of people who jump to conclusions, who don't wait for evidence, who like to make decisions before they have facts.
The 19th is the court date with Craig, Belinda, and then the April 1st is the court date with BJ.
For those of you who've been nice, who've been supportive, and kind, well, thank you. And it hasn't gone unnoticed. And one day, I hope I can meet every single one of you. And I really mean that. Because I think I'm, things are happening. And I'm going to be able to go travel and go on.
Things are happening. She's going to be able to go travel. Okay.
A book tour.
Oh, book tour. Going on a book tour. She's going to be Mrs. 305 worldwide.
And meet some of the friends that I've made on here. And make new friends as well. And talk to people about all kinds of stuff. And I think that would be really nice.
You too can be Julie's friend for the low cost of your fucking soul. You too can sell out your morals and values and support her. And maybe when she's rich and famous and on her book tour, she will autograph your book for you. Sure can.
I wondered to myself.
What were you going to add to it?
I'd rather have my book autographed by one of BJ's fly strips. I'm not even kidding. I wouldn't want one from her. Hell no. I mean, there's plenty of flies on those fly strips. Just sign one. I don't care. Any one of them.
Who are so convinced.
We're getting in trouble today.
That they're not only accusing me of lying. Can you hear me okay? Sorry. For whatever reason, I'm getting like this flashing thing. Is it just me? For whatever reason, there's people who not only convinced it, who are accusing me of lying. They're literally accusing me of, well, let me close this. Maybe that's better. Okay, yes. They're literally accusing me. Thanks for the thumbs up, so I know you're here. They're literally accusing me of a crime.
You are lying. Flat out. You have lied. We've caught you in multiple lies. Your own words.
Lying under law. That's perjury. That's a crime. Apparently, they think that I think my life is so worthless that I would risk anything I have to lose.
They don't usually charge perjury. It's pretty hard to get perjury charges. And you wouldn't be the first one to go in and say you're in fear of somebody and not be. So it's not that deep, Julie.
Family, my well-being, my family's well-being, my success, my whatever. Diana, I'm happy to see.
Hartley! I'd rather give myself a Brazilian with one of these.
I'm with her. Hartley, I'm with you.
Oh my God, that's probably the best comment so far today. Oh my. All right.
Count me in, Hartley.
Oh my.
For what? For what? I would perjure myself. I would commit a crime.
Oh.
I would commit a crime.
Oh.
To report
hey, CK.
threats against me.
my God.
How is it so far fetched that these things occurred?
Mm.
You know, this is a community who has sat here and been gaslit over and over by a number of people.
Gaslit, really, is that the word you want to go with? I mean, okay, we can do that. If she had a publisher, they would be protecting their asset and not allowing this type of behavior. That is why this book thing is BS. Well, she was supposed to go on said book tour in summer of 25. That never happened. She also claimed she was having her team of attorneys from her publisher reach out, yada, yada, yada. I mean, the stories continually change. I wish her nothing but the best with her book, but her behavior is going to be attached to that. Her channel name is her channel name, and people can go and see her performances with their own eyes. Her behavior will be attached to that, and she's got this publisher and has this screenplay that she wants to be a made-for-TV movie. She's kind of shooting herself in the foot. Nobody else. That's on her.
But also, remember, she fears for her safety because of the things Craig has supposedly said, the threats. But she's book tour, meet new people.
Yep.
If I was in fear, I wouldn't do anything out of the norm. If I was in fear. But hey, you do you. I don't get, hey, it's your life, not mine. I'm just saying. That's just me.
Mm-hmm.
Day in and day out. Obviously, the creators are generally gaslighters, right? Who tell you don't hear what you hear. People. Nobody said what they said. That wasn't about that person.
See, when you play your own words, though, that takes that out of it, because we're listening to you tell the story. We're listening to you tell us what you didn't hear, what was inaudible, what you didn't have enough to go to the police on until you were hyped up and encouraged to go further with it. We have all that. Your own words. That's not gaslighting. That's just letting you talk.
They weren't, doing this or that, right? I'm not asleep when I'm sleeping, whatever it is. They hear it all the time, right? And they say, it's infuriating. It's infuriating to be told when you see something, you hear something, you know something to be true. You heard it, you saw it, and then you're told, no, that didn't happen, right? It bothers you.
I know, it's a good thing. The Islanders are speaking up.
Me when I hear that, because nobody likes to be lied to. You don't like to be treated like, hey, what am I, an idiot, right? And day in and day out, they watch live stream after live stream of people pointing out, look at how they lied here. Look at how they gaslit here. And then,
isn't that ironic?
Huh?
Elizabeth. Look at what Elizabeth said.
I mean, you would show your house and your vehicle if you were in fear, right?
Oh, SS, we're just getting into it. We were talking like big picture up until now. We're just getting into this. This is from the 15th, so you haven't missed anything yet. Yeah, but you would probably appreciate the incoming discussion, SS. She went live the other day and absolutely showed the outside of her home, vehicles, and everything. Sure did. She absolutely did.
When they hear something for themselves, they say, wait a second. I don't like this person, Julie. So even though I've heard this done over and over again, and I know that there's been problems, there's been animosity. It's not possible for somebody to threaten her. Why? Because they don't like me?
Nobody's ever said that it's not possible for somebody to threaten you at all. Not one bit.
It's insane. It's insane. And it's infuriating for people to treat others like they're idiots.
Maybe stop acting like one.
It's a sign of, I don't know what's the sign of it. Not immaturity, but it's definitely not maturity or the sign of a reasonable person who believes in the law or believes in the legal system.
Oh, you see how this spin goes?
Oh, right there, Julie. You just made yourself look like a horse's ass.
Right there. Couldn't be further from the truth at all.
It's insane.
I'm going to play that again. So you
And
can-
Jesus.
it's infuriating to, for people to treat others like they're idiots. It's a sign of, I don't know what's the sign of it. Not immaturity, but it's definitely not maturity, or the sign of a reasonable person who believes in the law or believes in the legal system to jump to conclusions before they have all the facts and evidence. Right, Diana? Wouldn't you say so?
Well, Julie, the fact is you documented it in detail down to the timestamp, the date, your police reports. You selfied yourself outside of the police station when you filed these. You have openly spoke directly to Brittany and Craig and told them exactly what you were using in these filings. That was you that did that. You did that.
Would you want to be in a society where you could go before a jury who would make up their mind about somebody before they had all the evidence? Well, they think they know all the evidence, right?
According to you, we do. According to your words, you laid it all out. Could there be things that we don't know? Absolutely. But according to your words, what you provided was contained within those police reports, and those police reports were stemming from those videos and the audios and said videos. Sorry, can't have it both ways.
Well, the live stream, certainly they must know everything. They couldn't miss a beat. They couldn't misinterpret anything, or they couldn't let their own bias get in the way of their judgment. Not possible, right?
The facts don't have a bias. I have a bias personally. Absolutely. My bias is irrelevant in the picture of listening to your own words. You said,
It's wild to me. It's wild to me. It's a person, people who do that are not, certainly they're not fair people. In my opinion, they're not reasonable people. They're not people who have patience, right? They need immediate gratification, or they need immediate answers, because any uncertainty.
Mind you, she's speaking of me. This is about me. I am one of the most patient motherfuckers ever. Truthfully. But I can't stand liars. So there's that.
Leaves them with some kind of anxiety. They need to have I need the answer now. Okay, forget the facts, forget the evidence. I need to know now. I can't wait 2 days, 2 weeks for the facts to come out. But I think what's going to happen is there's some people who have convinced themselves so much that even if things don't go how they think they're going to go, meaning that everything I said is the truth, that it isn't me who's directing the court system, right?
Right. Thank God it's not you directing the court system. But again, we have always said, or I have always stated, that at the end of the day, I can give my opinions based on what you said. It will be up to a court. So if you have provided all of this incredible evidence as you claim, then why does my opinion based on all of your stories matter? It doesn't. The court's going to side with the evidence, right? And if the evidence is on your side, why are you so bothered? Why are you so bothered by our opinions? The court's going to rule on the law. And in my opinion, based on the law, it should be done and over. But here we are.
There's in an area like northern New Jersey, a densely populated area, where you live in a county with a ton of, this is a big legal system, judicial system we have here, right? This is not a little tiny town in the woods, or in a tiny county, or in a sparsely populated area of a state. No, there's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people who rely on this very same legal system, these same judges, these same prosecutors, these same police.
There will be a few come rolling in.
To uphold the law, right? I don't control it. It's beyond me. It's almost as if nobody's ever been to court to fight a ticket or something. You ever gone to court?
I love this right here. This is my favorite when people do this. It's like you've never been to court. It's like you don't understand court. My personal experience with anything I've ever handled in court is irrelevant in this situation. My own personal experience, not relevant. So whether I understand the court process or not, I haven't had to use that because you've detailed what your process is. You're the one filing this. You're the one that has told the story of what you have filed. So it's really convenient every time. Well, you just don't understand the courts. That's not how it works. You act like we're all stupid because I'm not willing to sit out here and go, no, this isn't the way it is, and this isn't the way it is. Like you said, the courts are going to rule based on the law, right? So why does it matter anybody else's experience? Oh, wait, because you're blowing smoke up people's asses. That's what we're doing here. There's a direct correlation to behavior on YouTube and the decay in our country's social contract and more. We all have to realize we're in a post-truth world. Ask why and question what we've done supported to get here. Okay, I can't disagree with that. Thank you for the support.
Like, you had a parking ticket and you fought it. You said, wait a second, I wasn't parked illegally. Right? And you just say, I'm going to fight this ticket. And you go to court. And when you go to court to fight the ticket, what happens? Who's there? I don't know what it's like everywhere. But here, I fought a ticket before.
I love how she
and I won.
describes this.
And there was a go-in. First,
Guess what? I've never had a traffic violation, even, Julie. There's that.
Neither have I.
when I went in, they say, well, how are you pleading?
Sorry, not a seasoned criminal over here. Don't even
Nope.
get parking tickets. I don't really know.
Innocent and guilty, right?
Neither
If you're
have I.
guilty, just pay the fine. No, I'm pleading innocent to this ticket. Oh, okay. So you got to meet with the prosecutor. So you wait on this line and you meet with the prosecutor and you say to the prosecutor, I'm not pleading guilty to this ticket because they're not right. This wasn't right. I wasn't parked illegally, whatever it was. And the prosecutor says, all right, you want to try?
That part, Jen. That part.
Trial, you get a trial. You're going to have to come back another day. This is like for fighting a parking ticket I'm talking about. You're going to have to come back for a different day. And then you come back the different day. And the people who are pleading innocent have to wait till the end, right? Everybody pleads guilty gets to go first. So the attorneys go first, and the people pleading guilty go first. And then the people who are going to fight the ticket, you got to go last. And when it's your turn, you go up and you go up to the podium. The judge is there. You're at this podium. And you know who's at the other podium? The prosecutor. The prosecutor's there. And the reason they make you come back is because maybe they have to call the police officer in who wrote the ticket, and you could cross-examine the police officer or not cross-examine the police officer, things like that. And after you make your case, the judge then decides who is going to be victorious. Are you going to win the case, or is the prosecutor who represents the state going to win the case? That's for a simple parking ticket. You think that doesn't work in criminal law?
Straight.
You think people could just bring charges against each other? Hey, judge, I think I want to bring somebody up on a crime.
I got a ticket one time when I was with my mom. That's a whole story. I've told it before on here. It's fucking wild. But before it ever went anywhere, it was dismissed instantaneously, like rejected and dismissed. And a whole other situation happened off it because it was so fucked up. But that's a whole other story for another day. I've never even had I've had a traffic warning.
Because they bother me. And they say, okay, sure. We don't have anything on our schedule. Go ahead. And the prosecutor is going to go ahead and argue this against that person without ever looking at the case ahead of time. Does that happen anywhere in this country? Really? So what happens if, let's say, there's a couple court hearings coming up? Could be more than two. But let's say just these two.
Could be more. Did you hear what she just said? There's a couple court cases coming up. We know her and Craig in the RO, March 19th. Her and Brittany in the petty disorderly persons, April 1st. Could be more. You like how she threw that in there? Could be more.
Final restraining order hearing. And let's say the final restraining order is granted. And then there's another court hearing on April 1st, right? Hey, Della, I'm happy to see you. Then there's a court hearing in April.
Count Tessa, that comment right fucking there. The last thing this country needs is a lecture on the judicial system from somebody already sitting comfortably above most of the consequences. That's fucking spot on.
And it's a prosecutor against the person who's being charged with a crime. Even though it's a misdemeanor, it's a crime nonetheless. And let's say they're found guilty. So in both cases, the final restraining order is issued, right? So they had the first hearing, then they had the final restraining order hearing. They had a couple of hearings adjudicated, postponed or whatever. And still a final restraining order is issued. And let's say any person's found guilty. Then what are they going to say? Everybody lied. The judge lied. The prosecutor lied. The system is corrupt. Julie Skolnick runs the whole legal system in a county of between 500,000 and 1 million people.
If you get these, then it will have to be said that you had more evidence than you detailed publicly. And they ruled in your favor. I thought you were actually fearful. I mean, that's that. Do I think you are capable of corrupting an entire system? No. Do I think you're a Karen? Yes. Do I think you can perform? Yes.
Oh, yeah.
That's it. That's all.
You can turn them tears on and off like a water fountain.
Sure can.
Me, I run it. I'm in charge. I can pull all those strings. Boy, I wish I could. That's exactly what they'll say, right, Lacey Ann? They'll say, "Oh, how did she do that? She must know somebody."
I won't say I'm wrong, Belinda, because we've detailed her own words, and based on her own words, she's told us what she has. And according to Silver v. Silver, the 2-part test that it has to go to get an FRO, my own opinion, I don't know if she'll have enough, but a judge will determine that. I've always said that with the RO stuff. That is a whole different ballgame than this petty, disorderly persons. And that's been where we have focused majority of our time on.
I'd have to know a lot of people, actually. Della, I want to tell you something. You've been such a good friend to me.
She has. Sure has.
You've been so supportive and everything. And all the people have been supportive.
No,
things are
since I
going
have
to be
to tell
moving
you
on quickly in
something.
my life.
Okay. Go ahead.
You've been such a good friend to me. You have. Sorry, I have to be a smartass. I'm sorry, this part was so stupid.
Well,
I'm just being a smartass, guys. That's all it is. I'm being a smartass.
making a point.
I know.
She's trying to. This is called emotional manipulation.
Especially with my book. And I got a lot of plans.
Don't cry.
I have a long life left to live.
I have a lot of plans. I have a long life left to live. Yeah, Craig actually wished that upon you, that you would have to live a long, miserable life too. Sure did.
Let's not forget, though, that's not the only person that Craig said that to, okay? There was another person.
Yeah.
That he wished harm on. But you don't see her running to the fucking court.
Well, the harm that he wished on her is that she has to live a long, miserable life. That might be fitting.
So I can reach out personally to all the people who were so nice to me. To show my thanks personally to every one of them. And I think the people who took the time to get to know me and were kind to me are going to say, I made a good call with Julie. You know what? I knew Julie when. I knew Julie back when. She was just on YouTube, right?
Yeah, that's...
And then there'll be those.
That's the one that the RO stuff, I think there's a possibility of that happening more likely. And I've said this all along because of what was said after he was served. The other situation, I do not feel as strongly about. And I'll tell you where my big hang up is. The fact that she is using a disabled adult child in this whole fucking situation. If that doesn't give you BJ vibes right off the jump, we're not talking on the same playing field here, and you will never get the point of what I talk about. And if that doesn't make you feel some sort of way that she pulled in her young adult male children, do not even have a clue what she is doing, nor do they know about BJ and Craig. And to use them is disgusting. Go ahead, Earth. Sorry.
I was told to show these to you. It's in the back, what I'm putting in there. All these dates, titles of the streams. That's how many times she has said autistic, autism, and profoundly autistic.
Oh, yeah.
It's outrageous. How many times she has said it. I think the largest amount of times she has said those, February 17th. 95 times, 117 times she has
Oh my
said
God. Just that
autistic.
last one. Just
Uh-huh.
tell him that last one. That right there.
So it's February 17th, 2026. Autistic, she said it 95 times. Autism, 117 times. That is the largest amount of all the dates that I've gathered of how many times she has said those words.
I'm so disgusted, like seeing those numbers laid out like that. Oh my God. Okay.
That's just the basics. I still have more.
Yeah.
I'll
I
send them
see
to you
that.
later.
Oh my God.
Okay.
I'm just,
Oh, I remember Julie on YouTube. I never
And
called her a
what?
liar, even though I did call her a liar. I don't remember who called me a liar, who did it. That's okay.
you want to answer Belinda?
Yeah, Belinda, in one stream.
She's got them all broke down, Belinda, like per date and the stream and how many times they're said. She started filing police reports, don't forget, the beginning of December. And since December, she has done over 25 streams, videos, shorts addressing Brittany and Craig as she was filing police reports and poking. And I also want to remind you, this probably, and again, this is just overall picture. When Craig pulled the weapon and made the direct threat to Granny, Julie thought that was parody worthy. She wasn't concerned about it. But now, December and January, when she's deciding that she's going to take on this fight for a greater good. Look at me. I'm going to be the fucking martyr to take Brittany's channel down. She is now determined to use those as a part of her pattern of behavior. Parody worthy to begin with, but now a pattern of the escalating behavior. Sure as fuck did, Hillbilly Belinda. Sure as fuck did.
Has Belinda seen that short?
I don't know. Have you seen it, Belinda? If not, I can pull it up. Jen, thank you for being a member for 14 months and your continued support. I'm glad you're here too. Thank you all for being here.
It's absolutely
We do,
insane.
Belinda.
I'm not going to fight with people.
Oh, she's-
You know, I do think nonsense
Yeah, we have
is
it. I'll
a
pray it.
complete coward because
I'm a coward. Sure fucking am. Look at me.
not only is she, you know, biased and
You're
using
biased.
her own, you know, feelings for vindictiveness, vindication, whatever it might be, a need to be right about whatever the issue might be with her. And it's probably
Are you serious? What the fuck?
I don't know. Like people like this, I just can't handle. It's not personal, first of all, for me. You're fucking content and a LawCow. That's it. That's all. I don't think about you unless I'm doing content on you, Julie, or laying something out. Outside of that, I have no personal interest in you or BJ. BJ said some things, but you've caught up. My bias still doesn't change the truth of what you've detailed. See, that's the thing you miss. We've listened to your own words. That's it. That's all. I don't have to like you. I actually prefer that I think you and BJ are both one and the same based on your behavior. It doesn't really matter. I don't like one party more than I like the other. In this situation, I think you guys are twins.
Ooh.
Truthfully, you're more alike than you are different. And that's a hard pill to swallow, but welcome to your fucking world. This is who you be.
Yep. Welcome to YouTube. Welcome to the wonderful world of YouTube, where people use words to hurt your feelings. Boo fucking who? If you can't handle it, get the fuck out of here.
Well,
Look, it is what it is. The moment you sign your name to that fucking channel, you subject yourself to criticism and judgment. That's just how it is. You don't like it, you never should have signed your name to that channel. Or yet go live. Same thing goes with subscribers. They do the same thing with themselves. Even if they don't go live, they just type in chats. They're still subjecting themselves to criticism and judgment.
Mm-hmm. I agree, Wolfie, with a lot of that. Yeah, there's certain, when I do the comparison, I'll point out what I think is worse on one and and overall, I agree with you. I think it kind of does weigh heavier in that one's favor. Okay, here is that, Belinda. So factually, she is using him pulling the weapon in her escalation of behavior. She has talked about that. You know, she has given different examples of he's done this and he's done that. But initially, when he pulled out the weapon, this was her response. But now, because she needs it to show a pattern of his behavior and try to prove to the courts, this is no longer her stance, I guess.
Yeah, and I take your money. All I wanna do is, and I take your money. All I wanna do is, and I take your money. All I wanna do is, and I take your money. MIA, third world democracy. Yeah, I got more records than the KGB. So, no funny business, you already are. Some murder. Some let go. Some murder. Some let go. All I wanna do is, and I take your money. All I wanna do is, and I take your money. All I wanna do is, and I take your money. All I want.
Yeah, kind of interesting, huh? Kind of interesting that that was her response. So Craig pulls out a pew, intoxicated as fuck, makes a direct threat at actually Granny in that live stream. And Julie thought it was parody worthy. But now, here we are. Here we fucking are. And now things like that are what she has stated in her streams that show a pattern of escalating behavior and recklessness. Yeah, they do. But you thought it was fucking hysterical to the point where you put your wig on and went and did a parody. Sure as fuck did. Sorry.
And I'm not going to lie. I thought at first it was funny, but when I look back at it now, no, it's not. It really isn't because of what's going on here. It has nothing to do with anything.
Yeah, nothing. I agree with you, Earth. Nothing. Daddy's baby girl. I haven't seen one come through at all. Yeah. I agree. It's fucking wild. Okay, back to this.
Probably an internal issue.
Oh.
Like
IBS? Yeah, you give me the bubble guts. Okay, carry on. She said I have an internal issue. Yeah, it's called IBS. Okay.
You're in this so-called true crime community.
Nope.
You're supposed to know how.
Nope. That's where you fucked up. I'm not in this true crime community. I've never been a true crime creator at all. I'm an asshole with a YouTube channel and a lot of opinions and can't stand true crime creators like yourself who are reckless, disregard facts and evidence, and weaponize speculation and rumors to target parents of the missing child. That's what I've always done. Carry on.
How the court system works. You definitely know about legal cases, right? You're supposed to have friends who are in legal cases. You know that they're bound. Hi, Angelina, one of my friends and people who I love and who've been so nice to me. It's nice to talk to people tonight because it's been a little lonely, I have to tell you. You know, the appearance of things is that everybody's against me. That's not true. Everybody's not against me. There's a lot of people who support me. I did happen to notice because I look, you know, I've been surprised how quickly how quickly I gain followers, despite all the controversies that I've been in and everything like that on YouTube. I've still managed to gain a whole bunch of followers, right? I'm almost at 8,000 followers. And
this tells you all you need to motherfucking know.
Every week I gain followers. I noticed in the last week, I haven't gained as many followers. I still gain followers. I don't know, 10 or something like that this past week. But I noticed Nonsense lost over 100.
Oh, damn, Nonsense.
I gained 10. That's not as many as I usually get. I usually get more than.
God damn. Did I lose over 100, Julie? Aww.
But Julie, that was incorrect. See, we checked last night. Julie, we checked last night. Your mouth is not mouthing. So nice try. Okay. But
Well, hot damn. According to YouTube, I've lost 53.
haha, told you your math ain't math and stupid. But Julie, you're almost to 8,000. Would you what do you want? Do you want a cookie? Do you want a round of applause? Ain't nobody over here give a damn about fucking numbers or views. See, that's a BJ tactic. Okay,
Isn't
that's a
that-
BJ move.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something.
And you know what? I'll take another 500 off that if it means I'm standing on my morals and my ethics and the fucking bullshit that I'm never going to normalize shit like you or BJ doing this type of shit or anybody else. Take another 500 off and I'll still be sitting here smiling and happy as fucking hell because I'm not here for numbers like that.
Damn right.
Sorry.
Than that in a week's time. But but in other words, she hasn't affected me one way or another, other than I've gotten slightly.
I actually lost. I do think I initially lost like 100, and I think some of it, I don't fucking know. It says 53 in my YouTube studio. I have no idea. I don't watch them like that to that fucking degree, but that's what these people do. It's weird to me. I haven't not once taken a look at Julie's number. Not once, nor do I care to.
Less of an increase than I normally get. But it's still on an upward trajectory. She's lost over 100 followers just in the past week.
Whoop-de shit. You know why I lost 100 people? Because I refused to go along and hate bonds and say that this is okay. And I'm okay with that. You're not okay with that. Beer Can Island, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana. Here, let's give us a little bit of break because Julie forgets. Thank you, Beer Can Island. Welcome to the cabana.
I have a feeling we're not in Kansas anymore.
I don't think we're in Kansas or New Jersey anymore.
Imagine that. You were one of those 100. Good. I don't understand where all the hate is coming from. When you two haven't had a personal beef, it's odd. Yeah, it is odd, right? It's kind of weird. It's almost as if Della, I mean, I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist here, but, let's just think about things. All right. If we're going to think, let's think out loud. All right. First of all,
Sheila, they haven't paid attention because if I purge, and I always tell you guys, like, I know when I'm pushing buttons. When I talk politics, I push buttons. I always say, bye. Like that to me, it's the double-ended sword out here for some people. Like a lot of people like Julie, BJ, they're fixated on those numbers. When I start losing people, I know I'm doing something that's shaking shit up and rocking the boat. And that I prefer any day of the week. So take those numbers. I hope you gain 5,000 because that fall, when you realize that you're just a useful idiot is a lot further than I will ever have to experience. Bye.
You have to think about what are people's motivations, right? What motivates people in general, and what motivates me, what motivates nonsense, what motivates certain creators here on YouTube and so forth, right? There are a lot of creators whose main source of income is YouTube, right? I don't know if YouTube is Nonsense's main source of income. My guess is it accounts for a certain percentage of her income, right?
So now we're talking about my money. Now we're talking about money. So we've gotten views, subs, money.
It's almost as like it was planned and ready to go at the perfect moment. Yeah. Who would be capable of something like that? What do you think? I have some ideas.
So the comment was, it's almost like it was planned and ready to go at the perfect moment. To the commenter and Julie both. We didn't have any control of when Julie filed these. We didn't have any control of when this hit the docket. I had no idea. In fact, I had heard about Craig being served on Valentine's Day and didn't touch it because I was like, yep, okay, we don't know anything about this. Then when the criminal complaint got brought out and that got announced in other streams, people came in here to tell me. You can go watch exactly how that all went. And exactly how we ended up. Huh?
And I found out through you.
Yeah, I mean, we found out in real time, and then we were like, well, what the fuck is she even saying? Like, where's the claim for this? Like, what's the basis of this? What is she doing? And we went to look, and we found fucking shit tons, and I curated that down to be the most informative from her, I guess, about what she was doing. There's probably another 60 to 90 hours worth of shit that we could watch that's just as fucking problematic from her.
I have some theories.
Oh, thanks.
I don't want to be too conspiracy theorist about it, but I will tell you some thoughts of mine. Well, first of all, I do think, that nonsense does, which I'm not begrudging anybody making money on YouTube. People dedicate a lot of hours, a lot of time. Certainly nonsense has put in overtime in the last week or two on me.
It's overtime now that it's Julie, but it was just normal when it was anybody else. You see how weird this gets?
Hey, my God, someone's working night and day. It's almost an obsession. You'd think it was an obsession. Who could go? When I was working full time, I would do 10-hour days, 12-hour day live streams.
Okay, I just got to tell you, Earth and I were on the phone when this was said, and Kyle was sitting here, and Kyle fucking said, my God, I wish I could just work a fucking 10-hour day. Like,
Yep.
You can't fucking tell me for 1 second that this bitch has never worked over a 10-hour shift. Like, that's an entitled motherfucking Karen. If you've never worked an actual job over 10 hours, like, how many of you guys have worked over a 10-hour day at a job? I bet all of you. I bet every one of you.
I have.
Can you imagine?
And what was it that Kyle said? I wish I could work 10 hours.
Yeah, I'd give anything to just work a 10-hour day.
Right?
Uh-huh. I was
if this woman went to work for 10 hours, I guarantee she'd come home, go live, and say how much her fucking feet hurt. I mean, come on now.
Take care of you, KB. See you later. Yeah, that said it all to me. You're like right there. Like, I've never worked a 10-hour day at a real job. Ugh. Yikes. I worked for the fucking county, and the county doesn't ever like to pay overtime. And I worked over 10-hour days there. Yeah, especially during tax time.
That's wild. I mean, take a break, lady. Day after day. 6-day week, 50 hours, 60 hours.
Wait a second. Hold on. She's coming she's coming at you for doing these kind of long streams. Do you know how many people do these kind of live streams there, Julie? I do. Queen Bee does. There's other people that do these kind of long live streams. Okay. I think the longest that I've ever had was 11 and a half hours. I think that was my record breaking. But at the most, I've done 9. Nonsense, she's knocked it out of the park, I think, with 12 hours.
Yeah,
at one point.
Chico, Duchess, and I still have the longest one, and it was like 11 and a half. But I think I've done that close to myself. Mm-hmm. But if you lay it out, if you lay your content out right, I was explaining this to Earth too. If you have a natural flow and you preview what you're going to, it is so easy to lay out a long stream, because with something like this, you have to just let them talk. I mean, it is what it is. And it's so funny to me because she's sitting here like counting up the hours. I did this exact same fucking thing when we were talking about the injunction, when it came out and we started breaking that back. Mm-hmm. Same exact thing, same type of content, layouts, everything. But it's a problem now that it's about her and BJ. Okay, carry on.
If you were in a union, you'd get some breaks at least.
I take days off. I still spend plenty of time with my family. I have a job. Like, this is called multitasking like a motherfucker. And I know what I'm doing.
So I do think she earns money from YouTube. And what has she been doing for the past year, right? A lot of her live streams had to do with a certain creator, right? A certain creator who she's been openly very critical of, right? She said that she doesn't tell the truth, and her environment is so unhealthy, and her partner is this, and all these bad things, right? But she is the subject of the majority of the things that she has covered for the last year. Not all of it, but a lot of it. is her concern, is her main concern, that the thing that has earned her an income, working from home, the hours she wants for the past year, could be in jeopardy, right? Could be in jeopardy. Is that a concern of hers? Whether, however reasonable. Stella, if I was a close friend and partner of hers, I would be concerned. You need a parody with that song. Say my name, say my name. Say my name, say my name.
Babe, are you in here? You're probably working, so you probably can't access your phone, but
Julie, do me a favor. Don't ever sing that song again. Thank you. I appreciate it.
you see how situational this is, though? Like, yeah, we all see it. Okay. You guys get why I'm just like, oh, whatever.
Hell yeah, Aunt Maddie. We bring them over for dinner. We ain't concerned.
That song? Oh, say my name, say my name. If no one is around you, say, baby, I love you. If you ain't running games, say my name, say my name.
All right, nonsense.
Kind of shady.
Where's Jesus behind the wheel?
Hold on. Let me load it.
Fuck, we need it. Oh, damn it.
Let me load it. Hold, please.
What do I need to be concerned
Why
about?
the sudden change? Why the sudden change nonsense? Why the obsession? And over the person.
Now it's an obsession. Why the sudden change? Julie, there has been no change. I don't know if anybody didn't enlighten you or you convinced yourself. I've never fucked with you. I've never liked you. Nothing has ever changed about how I feel about you. I just avoided you like the fucking plague. What changed is court docs and your behavior escalated. And we're just trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. Because while some of us see the harm and the danger in what Brittany J does, we also see you very similar to her because you have zero boundaries and you went in intentionally poking for a reaction and then cried when you got it. So it is what it is. That's what changed. It's pretty easy to follow. But some of you are so stuck on stupid. And I said what I said. Stuck on motherfucking stupid. It is what it is. It ain't because these people like you. It's because they fucking hate BJ. Julie, I hate to say it. People are tolerant of you and your bullshit right now because they hate BJ. You're just a useful tool. And that's a shitty motherfucking spot to be for you. And that's why people are encouraging your behavior, not because they agree with it. Not at all. It's because they hate BJ more. That's why you're being supported. And I'm sorry to tell you that that's it. That's all.
That you were so disgusted by, distraught by everything, right? Yeah. Yes. Why the sudden change? Say my name. Say my name.
There hasn't been any sudden change. Anybody that knows me can tell you I've never fucking liked Julie. Nothing is new here. This is so fucking funny to me that people even are trying to do this.
Nonsense to say my name all over the place.
No, not really.
Nonsense. What happens if both the person that I'm going to be going to court with on April 1st and I aren't on YouTube anymore? What are you going to do then?
We'll talk about all the other people because unfortunately, just like we detailed in the beginning of this, there are many others, unfortunately, like you and BJ. Yeah, Julie. Sad reality, huh?
Back to Bullhorn Betty? Okay, good. Imagine that. What are you going to do then?
She already has.
I mean,
what does it matter what I do? Why does it fucking matter what I cover? I mean, what does it matter what I cover? Like, why is she concerned about that?
I think she wants you to keep talking about her, though. That's the thing.
I don't understand that.
I just try to think about what is the motivation? Like, what could possibly, drive somebody to be so frantic? Like, there's a certain franticness about her coverage of me, right?
Y'all, help. As she's sitting there fucking twitching in her goddamn recliner, there's a franticness. No, None of us fucking knew, and it became interesting to see what the fuck you had said. I'm sorry. There isn't nothing frantic about it. It's just a fucking shit show. And some of us like watching train wrecks because it's kind of a case study. Truly.
In this, you would think, you know, I mean, that the stakes were so high that whatever, right? Hi, real Brenda. Oh, yikes. Hope she has a backup obsession. I know. I hope she has a backup obsession. Imagine. What are you going to do? True. She seems very determined.
Sorry.
I mean,
body, it's the wildest thing to hear this shit coming out of their mouths. Like, what else are you going to do? What are you going to do? If BJ disappeared, that's why I laugh at all these people wanting to take BJ's channel. What else are you going to talk about? Some of us aren't stuck in that. I can talk about motherfucking colts, mini cows, motocross races. I can do anything. I can go cook. Sure can. And
still hold an audience.
Yeah.
We all can.
I mean,
what the hell?
but I have a very broad coverage of LawCows, and LawCows now. I mean, she thinks she's the only one? Nah. Mm-mm.
I don't know. I feel like, and I don't know this to be true, but I feel like
that's crazy.
She's panicking that her cash cow might not.
Oh my God, who called people cash cows? BJ and Molly Go Lightly. You guys, I'm getting fucking whiplash with this shit. Yes, BJ, detailing BJ the way I do has absolutely garnered me support. Yep, not going to deny it. But so has anybody else. In 2024, I detailed over 100 fucking people. Sure did.
Be available for her to pummel on anymore, or milk, or whatever. I don't know. What do you guys think about that? You think that's a fear? Is that what's driving this? I don't know. Is it deeper than that? You're so upset.
Lazy Wolf, they've been trying to escalate that for quite some time. They've already been saying that outwardly. They've been saying, people have been trying to say that I've made BJ's case for her. Here's the fact of this situation. My opinion, Julie's words that we've been detailing aren't going to determine what the judge does. The judge is going to rule on the basis of law and whether or not she has enough evidence. If Julie has more evidence than she has publicly stated, then that could go in her favor. If she doesn't, and she has detailed all of this publicly, she has nobody to blame for that failing but herself. At all. She was directly talking to BJ and Craig, and BJ and Craig have an attorney who should, on the basis of law, be able to make their defense. This isn't a huge fucking case like that. This is a petty disorderly conduct or disorderly persons charge that is usually sent to mediation, people, against Brittany. The RO, I don't know what the outcome is going to be because I don't know what she fully put in the temporary to get it granted. No idea. But on BJ's, we've seen what she wrote. We've seen what she claimed. And that's likely going to go to mediation anyways. So what are you expecting here?
Over a year ago, when I didn't understand terms of services, I said I was going to call the lawyers at my publishing company to see if there was a copyright violations and if I could sue because I didn't understand free and fair use. And then I called them and they said, no, it's legal. She could do that. I mean,
Wolfie, that's exactly the point, that it's like so many people are just choosing to put the blinders on because they hate Brittany. That's the reality. And I don't blame them for hating Brittany. But this is a scary, slippery slope to go down when we are hating Brittany to the point where we're condoning Julie, because that same condoning of Julie would apply to what BJ did to Clue and Cletus then. You don't get to situational truth this. If we're okay with what Julie is doing, then we're okay with what BJ did to Clue and Cletus. I'm not even going to compare it to the injunction because it doesn't compare in any way, shape, or form. But that's the position these people are putting themselves in. It is what it is. And ultimately, the judge is going to rule on the court of law, the precedent that is set, the Silver v. Silver two-party test for the RO, and then likely the other one's probably going to fucking go to mediation. It's like beneath a traffic ticket.
It's nasty, it's rude, whatever. It's not particularly creative, but it's perfectly legal. I was wrong. I didn't know. So what happened? Did I sue her? No. Get over yourself. You know how many bad things people have said about me the last year? They called me so weak.
That's a scary thought, Belinda.
I got over it. I get over things all the time. Water under the bridge.
You get over
Right?
it all the time?
I'm so
Or do
weak.
you just turn the
You know,
waterworks on?
I've let so much go. You know, first of all, I was wrong.
Oh my God.
I was wrong. I didn't understand terms of services. I couldn't sue you. So I did it. And I said so. They said no. They said you can't sue. They said it's legal. They said it's called free and fair use. And I said, okay. There's nothing I could do
hold on
about
a
it. I got
second. So because when I started streaming, I didn't understand fair use. So, but that'd warrant me calling my lawyer and ask them the same thing you did. Good to know. No need now, but still. Do you know how stupid that sounds? Seriously? You had to call your lawyer because you didn't understand terms of service of YouTube? What?
I mean,
I guess I got to live with it. And you know what I did? I lived with it.
I can't.
And I ignored her. That you can't forgive. But your friend Jay,
hey, Casper.
you know,
Oh, here we go.
nonsense. You big liberal.
You big liberal, you.
Oh my God. This shit. Okay. For anybody that doesn't know, I've been called an extremist lefty, a liberal. And I'm actually what some would call a progressive. I even cracked myself up over this though.
This was great.
But
okay, tell us more. I got to hear this all because this is fucking glorious.
You know,
what if I?
First of all, I was wrong. I didn't understand terms of services.
And what if I am though?
I couldn't sue you. So I did it. And I said so. They said no. They said you can't sue.
Guess what, Julie? I'm turning more and more left as the days go on. Carry on.
They said it's legal. They said it's called free and fair use. And I said, okay. There's nothing I could do about it. I guess I got to live with it. And you know what I did? I lived with it. And I ignored her. That you can't forgive. But your friend Jay, you know, nonsense. You big liberal. You women's advocate, right? Standing up for people of different.
First of all, Jay is not my friend. Never has been. Carry on.
Different races, right?
Oh my God. Here we go.
What's right? Your friend Jay uses the N-word. The N-word.
She's not my friend. Again, here we go. Stuck on stupid. Again, this is the shit I can't do this with these people. This is the exact same thing that BJ did to me. They can never come after me for what I say or what I do. So it's your friend. Clue was the one BJ used. Now, Julie, your friend Jay, what the fuck, man? What the fuck is this shit?
And nobody over here is friends with Jay. What the hell are you talking about? Talk about obsession.
It's fucking wild to me. Whatever.
Talking about somebody else's kid. They got her on audio tape, recording.
I know.
Using the N-word. And they have her in writing using the N-word. And you say, I'm not going to talk about Jay. You know.
No, I didn't talk about Jay because all of you were burning the fucking internet down and missing huge pieces that weren't just Jay involved. And then when I started to like peel stuff back, oh, that landed in other people's corners outside of just Jay. Shocking.
It doesn't give you a lot of credibility in the civil rights,
oh my
you know, fighting for
Oh
all
my
the races kind of thing. When you just
Sure.
ignore a creator with 100,000 subscribers, or
I spoke out, said it was foul, said it was gross.
Julie, Julie, I'm gonna tell you something. Do you know how many people on this platform are racist in nature that have said the most nastiest shit and have been called out and have burned the internet down because of that shit? And some people have not chosen to speak on it. Look, you ain't the first person to be saying this shit, but we're not going to obsess over it like you. If you got a problem with what Jay said and what she did, then you obsess over it. Oh, wait, you already are. But how come you ain't talking about it? How come you're not talking about it nonstop? Why is Brittany your main content?
He said,
The fuck?
Denlin, he said her husband said the F slur about a gay man.
Yeah,
or
we're not coming
who
out. to
uses
her
the
about
N-word.
that.
You better not, you better not tell anybody. You better not record this. You better not let anybody know her and her and this and that. I'm not going to talk about her.
I don't understand. I don't know what happened between her and Jay, but she was Jay's biggest fan for the longest time. And now since their fallout, everybody else is catching the strays for Julie and Jay's fallout. I don't understand it. I don't know why Jay distanced herself from Julie. Never talked to her about Julie ever. Didn't give a fuck. But it's really funny because of their fallout, everybody else is catching strays. And now she's demanding that we have the same energy towards Jay. Look, I spoke out very openly what I thought about those text messages. I thought it was really odd how those have been held until now. They should have been brought out a long time before, but it's still foul. I didn't give it a pass. I said what I had to say and kept it moving. There's a lot of people around here that use language I don't use.
And I said what I had to say in chats. You can say it in chats. You can say it on a panel. It doesn't matter. If you spoke out about it, okay. Leave it at that. Let it go. But what does this remind you of, though? Brittany. Why? Because Brittany expects everybody over here to speak out about the shit that's happening to her and people coming after her. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. We don't bow down or do anything for anybody. If we see something that needs warranted calling out, then we'll do it. But sit in it. You did it. It's on you to handle it, not everybody else. That includes you, Julie.
Petty says it's not Nonsense's responsibility to call all out. Thank you, Petty. Yeah, it's not. And thank you for the support. These situations like this, it's a lose-lose. You can speak up and speak out, but if it's not the same energy that she demands, because the obsession, and I will say it's an obsession, we've heard how much the Jay fallout has impacted Julie and still is a huge driving force between how she moves today and what she is doing today centers around her fallout with Jay, and it's really, really unhealthy in my opinion.
This is what I noticed with the thing with Jay. Right? When the whole thing came out with Jay, Nonsense wouldn't speak about Jay. She didn't want to criticize Jay. And Granny didn't want to talk about Jay either. But then Jay, obviously, who was a snake, was doing even more snake stuff and started buddying up to the person I'm going to see in court on the 1st. I guess I'll be there. I don't know. They haven't told me officially yet, actually.
That's called hate bonding. That's a very common thing that happens out here. And that was to be expected and anticipated when people move that way. Sorry. That's just space.
But
hey, Megastella.
Jay started buddying up with her. And that was a bridge too far for Granny. And I understood that. She says, listen, you're my friend, I'm your friend. I put other things aside. But when Jay started, getting in cahoots with however long it lasted, or maybe it's still lasting. I don't know. I saw Jay's husband, George Dorgan, getting a membership or in her chat, this woman's chat. Grady says, no, that's not okay with me. That's not okay. So Granny was like, no, I'm done. That I can't accept that. But still, Nonsense didn't talk about Jay.
I did too.
So she doesn't talk.
I did.
Talk about her, even though she uses the N-word in writing and in recordings and probably other times. She doesn't talk about Jay, even when she buddies
But here's the problem I have with this whole situation. Jay isn't part of anything with you and BJ in this litigation. These are sideline things that you are trying to take jabs at me over shit that I don't have the same energy that you do for Jay. I just don't fuck with her. I'm not entertaining her. She just went at me and Duchess 4 days ago, whatever the fuck it was. I called Jay out with the whole dog handler situation. That's it. It's not that deep for me, Julie. Again, I didn't have a friendship with her like you obviously did. Nowhere close. I didn't even have a friendship with her. She was another creator.
Is up to your friend Granny's. She's not an enemy of Granny. She's literally put Granny through hell.
Kim, thank you so much for being a member for 6 months.
Legally, financially, emotionally, turned her world upside down, affected every aspect of her life, gaslit her, and still calls her names and stuff like that.
Now she switched to BJ.
You're still not talking about her.
Oh, she's talking about Jay. Wait, what? Did she forget to switch? I got to hear that again because I thought she was talking about Jay.
Didn't talk about Jay. So she doesn't talk about her, even though she uses the N word in writing and in recordings and probably other times.
Nothing.
She doesn't talk about Jay, even when she buddies up to your friend Granny's. She's not an enemy of Granny. She's literally put Granny through hell. Legally, financially, emotionally, turned her world upside down, affected every aspect of her life, gaslit her, and still calls her names and stuff like that. You're still not talking about her. That makes me curious.
So, did she get lost in her own fucking statement right there? Because
I think she did, yeah.
Yeah, because she forgot to switch I think what she's trying to imply here is that Jay went over and buddied up to the person that has done this to Granny, which would be BJ. Again, what does this have to do with anything with me talking about your behavior and what's happening with you and BJ? Yeah, we are all very aware, and I've probably detailed and debunked BJ and her fucking frivolous bullshit lies constantly than I even want to admit over the last 2 years. But I don't fucking understand how this has anything to do with you and BJ to begin with, let alone anything to do with me. Can we get to that part? Thanks.
It makes me curious. Is there a relationship there? Humming. Do we know if Nan was live on the days Jay was in Texas? I don't know.
Why would that matter?
I don't know.
What? Now they want to know if I was live while the days Jay was in Texas? What?
Yeah, it's in the comments.
The fuck does that have to do with it? Was I live? I don't even fucking know. When was Jay in Texas? Do you guys know her schedule? Because I sure fucking don't.
I think she might have been.
What the fuck?
Julie, we ain't obsessed like you are.
She was at a bar.
This is fucking weird.
Calling my name out. Skolnick, I love you. Bartender, come over here. Say hi to Skolnick. Can you say hi, Skolnick, bartender? She was drinking. She's saying hi to everybody in the bar. 2 days later.
Oh, fuck. Well, I was also in Florida last year. I flew in to Florida last year, too. Sure as fuck didn't meet Jay then either. Didn't go to Texas to meet her either. What the fuck are they trying to do here? You bitches are fucking weird. I don't like this whataboutism. This is so BJ, though. This is like, okay, we started off on this point, and now we are completely off on a fucking back road over here that makes no sense, doesn't even fucking connect. This is why I can't handle people who are throwing complete logic out the fucking window and going on a personal fucking attack of my character. You're acting like Julie. Have fun.
She's like, I can't be friends with Julie anymore. I mean, even I was like a little like, she says, I don't have boundaries. Even I was like, that's a little weird. I don't know. She was like,
you have no
boundaries. I love you. I never went to a bar and said, Jay, I love you. Bartender, can you say hi to Jay? Should be a convenient time to meet. You know, if they met or they didn't meet, they're friends. You know, they're friends. I think they're still friends.
Oh my God. She either claims you guys are friends, or she thinks you guys are still friends, or she thinks you guys are. She thinks that you still are friends. So, Julie, let me ask you a question. I know I twisted myself with that one. Either they are or they're not. You can't have it both ways, dummy.
But ultimately, at the end of the day, so fucking what if I was? I'm not. But what would it fucking matter or change if I fucking was? So what if I fucking was? That doesn't change the fact that we've been listening to Julie's fucking words.
Right.
That's what we've been listening to for 2 weeks is Julie's fucking words. Even if I was, like I said, very proudly, I've said it openly. Everybody knows that. I'm not friends with fucking Jay. Never have been. What would it fucking matter if I was? That doesn't change anything about us listening to Julie's words and her and BJ's fucking shit. Has nothing to do with it. Yeah, absolutely. She's hoping to fucking... She knows, yeah. Because everybody else jumped in on it. Fucking... I'm sorry, but I was like, what the fuck is even happening here?
There's different theories out there. There is a theory that I've heard. This is not my theory. It's just a theory I've heard. Okay. It's a theory I've heard. I've heard this theory. You guys can tell me what you think, or you could not say anything about it. It's fine. I've heard this theory that there's like,
deep, dark, and
I don't know what you call it, like the old guard of YouTube. People have been around YouTube a long time, right? There's certain creators who've been around YouTube for many, many, many years. And
Belinda, that's a very fucking good point. It's the same fucking thing, right? Mm-hmm.
There's this uneasy piece between people who've been on YouTube a long time, used to having, a certain audience, versus people who are newer to YouTube, right? Let's say like Illuminati. Illuminati's hasn't been around as long as some, certainly not as long as Jay, not as long as Nonsense, not as long as Brady, not as long as...
I think Clue's been around about the same time as I have been on YouTube, but we were just in different pieces. I've only been here for going on 4 years.
Queen Bee, who else?
Hey, never say never.
And Elevated Truth, not around as long. Trisha's not around as long. I'm not around as long. Whatever. So,
Trisha's been around a long time. She had a true crime channel too, from what I understand.
Yeah, she has.
A lot of these people have been around a long time. They just didn't cover, like Sebastian Rogers' case. Again, this kind of all is why this group overlapped. That's it. That's all.
I don't know. A lot of people were very upset when Illuminati lost her channel on YouTube. And then there are people who I think
sorry,
were like, so what? I'm sorry you lost your channel. I don't know. Are they really that sad?
What? What is she trying to do? What's her point?
She has no point at this time. At this moment, she's just fucking lost.
So, what? I'm getting lost trying to follow this shit. Normally, I don't. What? There are people that cheered that Clue lost her fucking channel. What are you fucking talking about?
Oh, they did.
There was people that fucking straight up cheered that she lost her fucking channel, and then they still do content on her. And
they're still cheering today. They are.
Yeah, I mean, like, what are you talking about? They cheered that she was gone, and then they still do content on her today. Like, what? What's this? Huh? And why are we gonna fucking sit here and scream and holler about Clue said she enjoyed Kick? As long as she's happy, cool. What are you what?
Was there any kind of competition? I mean, It's a business, right?
What the fuck?
I don't know why people see YouTube and the audience this way, because I don't see it that way. There's not like this one audience that everybody has to go for. There's a billion people on YouTube.
Okay, this is going to sound fucking arrogant as fuck. And this is nothing against anybody else, any of the creators. So please understand that. I'm going to preface this as heavy as I can.
All right.
I don't compete with anybody else but myself. And it's not that I don't enjoy their coverage. I have a completely different way I go about my content than all of the other creators. So there is not competition. I have a very specific niche of how I do things and how I go about it. That works for me. It's how I process things. I don't compete with any of the rest because there's panels, there's humor, there are all these other things. They're not my competition. in tandem, we all kind of can bank off each other at certain times, but that doesn't always work. I don't compete with anybody else because there's nobody else that does it the way I do. There's other people that lay out and debunk similar, but not in the same capacity. So as much as that might sound arrogant, I'm not saying I'm the best at it or anything. It just works for me. And that's something that I enjoy doing. What?
There's enough for everybody.
It's me.
You just have to like learn how to attract, people.
Yeah.
From
no shit.
But I guess people get set in their ways doing the same thing over and over again, and they get used to the income and the money and the easiness of it. And now you're gonna have to compete for time slots. And if you're sharing an audience, who's going on first? Who has a better time slot? How long are you gonna be on? Are you going on when I'm on? It has to create friction. It has to.
Okay, that is another thing. I'm sorry, but I've never determined. Like, I go when it's convenient for my life, and that's always been. The time slot thing has never worked for me because it doesn't work for my life. I've also never, like, there will be times I try not to go over my other friends, or like I want to watch something that they're doing, so I will schedule around there if I have the availability of doing it. But first and foremost, I schedule things that work for my life.
Create friction. I don't like any of that.
Like
I mean,
I'll
I'm
go
not
live when I feel like it.
That's not.
Say that again.
I go live when I feel like it.
Yeah.
I don't go live when other people want me to or when it's convenient. I go live when I feel like it.
Yeah. I mean, it's not that hard.
For me, I don't use social media in that way. Not that I think it's a bad thing to do that at all. If you can make a living on YouTube, I mean, hey, it's good for you. I wouldn't say it's a great way to make a living because it's kind of an unhealthy environment.
I was hold on when Clue lost her channel. I was fucking livid. You can ask Clue. Like, I have supported the fuck out of. Yeah, I mean, okay.
We all were because we were all up here the day we found out.
Yeah.
Pika was up here. I was up here. Then Clue came up here.
I mean,
Tia was up here too.
This is how Julie sees things. Okay.
To be frank, especially when you're driven by money over YouTube. I mean, when you involve all the shenanigans that go on YouTube and then you factor in that that's your income, people are bound to do some shady stuff.
All right, hold on a second. Hold on.
Nonsense is convinced.
Julie, let me explain something to you. I don't give a rat's ass what people do on this platform. I don't care if it's their income. What I do care about is people using this platform as their income and spreading lies and misinformation and attacking people, meaning families of the missing and deceased. That's what I give a damn about. Other than that, there are people on this platform that actually use this platform as their income and still do a good job doing so. That's what I care about. Other than that, not everybody on here uses this as their income, okay? Spread it out somewhere. Go spread it out. Go look at other channels and separate them out. Good versus bad that use this place as their income. You might be surprised.
Well, she won't be able to do that because it'll be a selective truth again for her. Joe, the art of war, isolate. Well, you can't isolate a bitch who prefers to be isolated. Don't forget that.
I like that.
I prefer isolation. That's why I got a motherfucking island. I've never came in to any space and demanded acceptance. I do what I want, when I want, how I want it.
I escaped Alcatraz. Look how hard that was. Love you, Alma.
The art of war never works for me because I prefer to stand right here. Yeah, I love overlapping and coexisting and shit. But at the end of the day, it's me.
I want to sue everybody.
I know.
You want to know something? I've never sued anybody. I'm trying to think. Did I ever sue anybody?
Yep.
I can't think that I ever sued anybody before.
Isolated by choice, together on a mission.
Ever did.
From Terry.
I'm not suing anybody right now either. But I'm not going to be allow myself or my family to be threatened, which is against the law. Cyber stalking, cyber harassment are different. You don't have to show for cyber harassment that you believe a person is going to physically carry out a threat. Although, personally, in the case of the person that I have a PTO against, I do think they are not a stable individual, and I am concerned.
Okay, and once again, you're being disingenuous here, in my opinion, because you are not taking cyber harassment or cyber stalking. I don't remember what the term was you used, but you actually have a petty disorderly persons charge, 2C, 334C. And it's not a criminal code like you just... Yes, she still is the body. She still is, yeah, a PTO, paid time off, I guess.
About a lot of things.
Hey, Tia.
And you never know what people are capable of. And we read in the news nowadays, you know, there's people who, somebody killed another creator over copyright strike or something like that. Did you guys read about something like that? That's true, because Clue does share followers with creators who've been around for a while. You were successful before YouTube and you'll be successful after you do. That is intimidating to some, yes. And Angelina and Della, I have some good news.
Michelle.
I got it right here.
What?
What she was just
My book
talking
is
about,
done.
the YouTuber that decided to open fire on the Vegas Strip because of a copyright problem. And he opened fire on 2 people and they lost their lives.
Oh,
Julie,
yeah.
If you're going to talk about that, at least know what it was about.
Yeah, that's
okay.
So displaced.
It was a sad state of affair. What happened there? 2 people lost their lives, and now the motherfucker is trying to seek bail.
Yeah, she doesn't. Yikes.
Stupid.
And I had a conversation with my publishing company. And I've talked to them about the timing of the release and everything else that goes with it. Although there's a couple things. I don't have cover art for my book yet. It has to be done. Okay, I don't have the cover art yet. I didn't write a dedication page yet. There's some other little contractual things to go over. But I was telling him, you know, we have the holidays coming up. My mother is having surgery at the end of this month. Spencer's in a good group home, and I'm feeling, you know, more reassured about, you know, his comfortableness there, my comfortableness there. And I'm hoping that, let's say, by June, things can get moving and I can go out and start promoting the book. That's my hope, because I didn't want to do anything, obviously, for April. Look, my mom's having surgery at the end of March. The 1st of April, she's having March 30th is her surgery. She's in the hospital, supposed to be 2 nights. God willing, everything's going to go okay. But it's still a very dangerous surgery. She was, the last time they did it 2 years ago, she was under for over 6 hours, which is too long for a woman her age with her medical condition. God willing, everything goes okay with my mom and she recovers. Then we have Easter, April 5th. The boy's birthday is the 22nd of April. So nothing's happening in April. And we still have some things to work out, obviously, with the cover art, with everything else. But I'm hoping by June, I'm going to be able to start traveling. I wasn't prepared. I wasn't comfortable. I wasn't, you know, in any position to do anything really for my book at all. With Spencer at home, with everything going on. But, you know, please God, let everything be okay with my mom. I'm going to be able to go out and start doing some, you know, promotions for my book. And that'll include going to places and doing readings, some book signings, and interviews. I don't think it'll be a constant thing.
I'm trying not to get my motherfucking ass canceled today. Let me just say that, because the fucking things that I want to say, and it's a good goddamn thing I'm on mute, but the fucking self-importance of this one, Jesus Christ. Bitch, you ain't that fucking special. I could write a goddamn book too. Really? My bowel habits would probably be more fucking interesting than this. Bubble Guts with Becky. I mean, fuck.
We all can. We can all write a book. It's not hard. Jesus.
I got a ghostwriter and shit. It's called AI. Chat GPT. Write me a book, bitch. I mean, what the fuck is this shit? Okay, cool. I'm glad that you're happy. I hope you have much success from it. Can we get back to the fucking cussing me out and telling me about myself? Please, thanks. Lord.
I do have some in the summer. I'm already scheduled for the Borscht Belt Museum in the Catskills. I'm going up there. I have to go back to Vegas. They're going to arrange that. And also to Hot Springs, Arkansas, to their mob museum and to the Sing Sing Prison Museum. Those are the 4 places that have committed with my publisher for readings and book signings and things like that. I know. Wouldn't that be great? And then, if ever I go out and do that, then I would try.
Hardly. Your sarcasm today is 10 out of 10.
Try to do. And I'm praying. It's another thing I'm hoping for. I'm hoping my son, my oldest son from my first marriage, gets some time off work and can do a little traveling with me. That way, if let's say I have to go to Hot Springs, Arkansas to the Mob Museum, that he can come with me. And then when I'm out there, then we can go to some places, in the surrounding areas for book signings and things like that. Like we would set it up and then he can go with me because it's hard to do it by yourself, Oh, Diana, I will come to you for sure. Absolutely. You are top of my list. Angelina, I forget where you are. Why do I forget where you are? What state are you in? Can you tell me what state are you in or what part of the country are you in? The Southeast, the Midwest? Della, I don't know when I'm going to get to your area. You're going to have to meet me somewhere. Are you in Maryland? Angelina? Are you really?
Yeah, let's hope.
Do you know, did I tell you where my father's first congregation was? Did I tell you that? That it was Hagerstown, Maryland? Do you know where that is? Hagerstown?
Mm-hmm.
How far away are you from DC? Are you far? Are you far from DC? Or are you towards the Pennsylvania side? Are you towards DC? How close are you? You're pretty damn close. You know exactly where Hagerstown is. I was born in Hagerstown. That's right. I was born there. I'll meet you anywhere. I enjoy getting on with Nebraska. Yeah. And I need to get away too. And Elle needs to get away. But I want to promote the book. And then I want to sell it as a script too. For a series. That's my ultimate goal. But first things first. I'm not going away from YouTube. I mean, I need to stay on.
What?
Guess what ChatGPT is doing for me right now?
Writing a motherfucking book about the mob?
Well, no, but it's writing my first chapter for me. Ain't that something?
Where's Lindsay Lee? Lindsay Lee's ass could write a fucking book on the mob and $1,100 Groupons. Watch. Bet she could.
She could. It'll be out probably by tomorrow.
Social media, I probably have to add a platform or two, but I do have set up I don't think I should say who it is, but there's a large creator. Actually, there's 2 large creators, but one for sure has agreed to interview me in probably the beginning of May when I officially come out with my book. Who's in the, what do they call it? The mafia genre of of YouTube. I heard there's as much drama over there as there is over here, except it's more men, men doing the drama. You're a little over an hour from DC. I go to DC. I go to DC a lot. You know that? I'm gonna come see you, Angelina. Is there any good Italian in Baltimore? I remember when Spencer was at Johns Hopkins Hospital, they had a tiny little Little Italy section of Baltimore, and there was this one restaurant that had a bocce court in it. Do you know what I'm talking about, Angelina? There's a restaurant in the tiny Little Italy section of Baltimore that has a bocce court inside the restaurant. Have you ever been there?
That sounds great, Revival. Go to the
By the way, I heard my interview on the news. I think it's going to be the third. What did they say? The third Monday in April is coming out. I don't know why they're waiting so long for Autism Awareness Month. They should do it at the beginning of April. Why the third Monday in April? And then it'll repeat the following Saturday. The same interview will repeat the following Saturday. but I don't know. I don't understand. I really don't understand how people can, I mean, like, Della, I say to myself, like, am I such a horrible person? All these people hate my guts so badly. What did I do? Mittens and more. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I wouldn't go to Baltimore if you don't have to. It's a rough town, but Johns Hopkins is an excellent hospital and university.
Oh my God.
You miss living. You worked at a law firm at 16th and Connecticut Ave?
This gives me whiplash. Like whiplash. She's here condoning her behavior and shit. By the way, Julie, learn what transformative works are. I know what you're up to. First and foremost, learn what transformation is and fair use. Go back to the drawing board.
How far is that from the zoo? The zoo is on Connecticut. Where are you, Mittens and More? You have been so nice to me. Mittens and More, I've been talking about hopefully in June.
Just so you know, Julie, don't get really comfortable with Mittens and More, because Mittens and More flips and flops more than anybody I've seen. So the reason why Mittens and More supports you is because she's pretty much been ran out of the rest of our chats. So there's that. Jamani, thank you for the support. She's trying to cause trouble between you and Clue. Over what? Over fucking what, though? That's so stupid. Details of travel plans, yet needs an RO. Caffeinated Duchess, thank you for the support. LFT, thank you so much for being a member for 22 months. Appreciate you.
By June, for sure. Maybe even in May. Definitely not in April, because April I got too much going on. I'm gonna start traveling out to promote my book, going to places and doing readings and book signings and everything. And I'm really excited about it. I mean, it's done. Other than the cover art, which I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna do with that. I really don't care. I mean, it makes a difference because they use the same cover art on Audible and stuff like that. That's the other thing that they got to do, is they have to have it recorded.
Mittens and More doesn't like me because I exposed her ass in 2022 when she was playing the same fucking games that she has all along. Like, it is what it is. And some of those hoes are just hoes. I mean, it is what it is.
Yep.
I got a question for you guys. This is a poll. When they record my book for audio, like Audible.
Oh, Mildred, that's a true statement.
I tell the story. It's a family memoir, so the narrator of the book is me. However,
so weird.
I don't know. I have a preference for male voices when I listen to books. How do you guys feel about
Love you too, Tia and LFT? Thank you for being a member for 18 months. Appreciate you. That Michelle, thank you for being a member for 22 months. Appreciate you, ladies.
About that? Would it be weird to have a man read a book? I think it probably would be to have a man read my book, but I really would prefer to have a man read my book. What do you guys think?
Hartley,
are you in the South, Mittens and More?
We don't think, Julie. We just speak out loud.
Whoa, that pause. Oh my. Body, thank you so much for being a member for 16 months. Appreciate you too. Body says she felt left out. That pause though, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do you that way, Julie. You did yourself that way. Oh my.
What do you guys think about that? Do you guys have a preference? Do you listen to audiobooks? I listen to a lot of audiobooks.
I prefer to read them.
Normally I'd have a lot to say. I'm trying to be respectful and kind and not say all the things because I could and I'm not going to, but hot damn.
Frank Mueller reading? I gotta look him up.
Right. Hartley.
I listen to men Audible too. I know. I would prefer to have a man.
I'm just waiting for one of these times when she leans in really close and smacks her head against it, because that's constantly like, get different glasses.
I'm trying to think how I could have a man read a story where they say, when I was growing up as a girl, I don't know. I think they could probably figure out a way to do it. I just like this. I don't know why. I like her. He read Dark Towers by Stephen King. Well, then I'm sure he's not going to be available, or he's going to be way out of the price range my publishing company wants to pay for a book reading.
Audie, if you start doing this, we're going to let you know.
He's doing Stephen King readings. Actually, my cousin is now he actually does work for Audible. I have two cousins who, are you laughing at the bus comment? You're from Michigan, but you arrived in Austin last night for a visit?
You already do.
Are you there visiting? Is it warm weather there? It was so nice here. It was so beautiful. And then I got the chairs, the 2 lounge chairs that I had.
Well, now you know what you look like, Audie.
Delivered from Fortune Off for my deck. And it started getting cold. Oh, you have a doctor appointment there?
I don't know.
On the 17th, I got to go back to my rheumatologist. You know, they put me on prednisone for a little bit. I just finished a cycle of prednisone, which did help a little bit with my lip, but I don't know. It's in the.
Oh, that might. Prednisone's a bitch on your emotions. I don't know if anybody else experiences that. I think a lot of you do. But that shit is like the fucking roller coaster ride of the century for your emotions. I get fucking angry, and I always tell people I'm on steroids. Don't fucking talk to me.
In the 90s, we left Michigan. It was a blizzard. Oh, yeah. My sister went to University of Michigan.
Oh, no.
In Ann Arbor. And I went to Ohio State.
I don't know that, Michelle.
Michigan is beautiful with all the lakes and everything. Do you live near a lake? There's a million lakes in Michigan. It's pretty, but it's so cold there. I want to live where it's warm. But I probably won't live anywhere but besides here. Oh, you're Buckeye fans? Oh, good. Well, I went to Ohio State. I graduated there in 92. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. A lot of people want me to review nonsense when everything is done. I'm not going to.
That's a lot of hours, Julie.
Please do. Absolutely.
Reviewer, but I do have something planned that's going to embarrass the fuck out of her.
Oh, a parody. Oh, chances are it won't embarrass me, Julie.
Because she's so wrong. She's so wrong. It's like how badly I wish I could say what I want to say to embarrass the fuck out of her. I have to be patient though.
Julie,
unlike she is.
Hold on a
she doesn't
second.
wait for the facts.
Julie,
How is it possible?
Don't you think there are plenty of people out here on this platform that have tried that?
Okay.
Seriously?
Let's just talk about if it's going to embarrass me.
Go ahead. Is it going to embarrass you? Nonsense? Is it really?
She says that the facts. I'm missing the facts again.
Right.
The facts that we have heard come directly from your mouth, Julie. You have detailed repeatedly in your content your police reports, what you filed those police reports on, what you used to file your complaints. If the facts are being omitted, they're being omitted by you, not me. That has always been stated that there could be. We don't know. I'm hopeful that you have something else that you are omitting here. Because if not, it's a bigger mess than I even expected to begin with. But I'm not going to be embarrassed by your actions being a full grown ass fucking woman who is looking for ass pats and accolades on the fucking internet. Don't get it fucking twisted. What you are doing and the intent and the motivation behind it is clear as fucking day. Whether people want to see it or not, they see it. They just hate Britney more. And that's that. I'm sorry. You can twist and turn it any other way. You are garnering support from the majority because of the hate of Britney. That's not going to embarrass me. It's just not. Sorry. Try again.
Possible nonsense that you heard all the threats except for the ones against me. Even though there is one live stream where you're threatened and I'm threatened in the same live stream. Did you only hear your threat? You didn't hear mine? Maybe you're the liar. Maybe you think when he threatened me, he was threatening you. Maybe you got it backwards. I don't understand. You know, there's one live stream nonsense where we were both threatened at different times in the live stream by Craig.
Anybody want to scratch your motherfucking head? Yeah. Revival, yeah.
Already am.
Do you guys want to remember that threat that she said towards me in her live stream? She actually said it was to her. She quoted it as something said to her. And now here she is. This is why I can't fucking do this. No, she doesn't. Body, I don't even know what she is thinking at this point, to be honest, or who's telling her what, or if she's actually watching. I have no idea. But this situation and her interpretation of what we are discussing is so far off.
Both of us were threatened. Same live stream. Not in every, but there's one of them where we're both threatened in the same live stream.
Julie. Julie. Come back to earth for just a quick fucking moment, okay? This is the one you're talking about. December 10th. The one that you initially didn't feel you had enough to go to the police on. This one right here.
Oof.
259. This statement you actually stated was against you.
Because you would take that shit and run with it and try to make it something malicious.
And they still.
That's what they jealous of. Your fame and your fortune. They're losers.
Yeah, and
metal glasses come with open-ear audio.
Crazy.
It's crazy. It's insane.
You gotta be grateful that's what you are. Crazy gritty. Might not wake up tomorrow, bitch.
And this is crazy.
You might not wake up tomorrow, bitch. See, unlike you, I'm not a Karen ass. I don't go looking for things to file police reports because my intent isn't to try and make myself a bigger victim than the people that she has actually done stuff to. That'd be you. Carry on.
Oh, but I know what you'll say. It really wasn't a threat. Or Julie shouldn't take that seriously, right? Because why? Because he's drunk? He's just drunk talk? Oh, I didn't realize nonsense. If a man is drunk, he can be abusive and it's okay. You should ignore it. Is that your advice to women nonsense? Oh, he's just a belligerent, misogynistic drunk threatening women. Pay no mind. Don't take any action. Don't worry about the possibility that he's, I don't know, unstable, history of violence, access to weapons. They say, he never leaves his house. Really? Wasn't he just at a hotel?
Jesus,
Why did he if he never goes anywhere? Weren't they staying at his mother's house for a little bit?
Those are all very differing situations that she's smushed into one. Yeah, this is, and I do not think it is either, but when you want to make something into a threat, there she be, but we have heard her say that that was against her. And now she's here once again. See, Julie, you do yourself no fucking favors. No favors.
Yeah, keep reaching because your arms are getting shorter and shorter by the second.
Oof.
Aren't those different places? Isn't a hotel in his mother's house? He was at both of those places just in the last couple months. That's outside of his house, right? So he does go places. He says he was in the Navy. He says he's traveled to other countries.
And?
What does this have to do with anything? What is she trying to say that
what the fuck
could potentially come to New Jersey? Is that what she's leading here? I mean,
I'm wondering myself.
You want him to come there. You've been demanding that he comes there.
Do you know how many people that are in the armed forces, Marines, Navy that travel everywhere, Julie?
Thanks, Betty.
For fuck's sake.
Well, the thing is it's still fair use. Transformative works are a bitch. Headphone warning. Julie, listen up. Headphone warning. Turn them down. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Call the popo ho. Go fuck with somebody else. Stop goddamn time.
Gotta love that thing.
Transformative works is a bitch, Julie. Figure it out.
Right? So he has been, let's say, on an airplane, on a boat, in a car, on a bus, on a train.
What? Planes, trains, and fucking automobiles now? Like, what the fuck is this?
Oh my.
John Candy?
I'm getting too old for this shit.
I mean, the fuck are you doing? He's been to the bathroom too. Probably wiped his ass. Maybe.
You ever heard of somebody who stays in their house, who's unstable, who has,
We're looking at you. All eyes on you.
Thinks they hears voices, has access to guns, maybe has, I'm just talking about in general. I'm not talking about anybody specifically.
Oh my
Maybe
God. Julie, he's heard leprechauns outside his window. Holy shit. Call the National Guard and file a report against that. Jesus, shut up.
Here's the thing. None of us are diminishing the fact that this man does claim he hears voices. He heard people knocking on his windows. His own local law enforcement is wildly aware of his behavior and the rhetoric spews. In my opinion, and this is, take it for what it is, but the people he's the most danger to are the ones within his home. They are all a danger to themselves. Could they be to other people? Yes, potentially. But he is a danger to those in his home, first and foremost, in my opinion. Carry on.
Yep.
Addiction problem.
And Julie, I also think that it's really interesting how you point fingers. Just remember, when you point fingers in this direction, especially to this degree, because there are other things, I won't do it. I won't embarrass you to that degree. But other people have been finding live streams where there's very embarrassing moments. And when you're pointing that finger at their household, just remember what's been heard in your background. That's all I'm going to say. Because when you point that one, you've got an entire fucking hand pointing right back at you, bitch.
Who one day snaps, and even though all these months they haven't done anything, they go outside one day and they just start, opening fire at people randomly. That never happens, right? And then they interview those neighbors of the person. They say, they were so quiet. They never went anywhere. They seemed nice. They just kind of kept to themselves. Didn't really talk to anybody. Oh, green-eyed PI. Yeah, he going to the gas. He did go to the gas. He talked about going to the gas station. That's right. I heard him talk about going to the gas station. Don't ask nonsense. If you ask nonsense, he never went to a gas station. She'll deny that. He doesn't. And you know what?
This is why she's not. There's no way she's paying attention to what we've even been talking about. This is just fucking ridiculous. This isn't even things that we have said. Nobody has ever said that Craig is not concerning with his behavior, and what he says is not unchecked. In fact, I've documented it extensively. I have said it over and over again. The call is coming from within their own home. But what the fuck is she doing here? Like, this isn't even shit that I've said.
He doesn't, and I'll tell you something else. He never threatens people Nonsense doesn't like. He only threatens people she likes. I guess that's the rule too.
What?
Did that even make sense to anybody?
Oh my God. No, this is why I just what is this shit?
Yeah, it's a perfect true crime recipe. How many times have we heard this? She says she's worried. Julie's plan was to take down Brittany's channel. This is part of her plan. Imagine that. Imagine me coming to YouTube, meeting
absolutely
this couple, having them come after me in multiple different ways, you know, many ways, including having somebody as despicable as Tony Mathis on their channel saying they're going to dig up every skeleton I have and put it out good, bad, and indifferent. And their partner saying, well,
I don't think
research
that's
when he was on
what was exactly said, Julie.
I have the stream.
So do I.
You know, research is, you know, there's nothing wrong with researching when they said they're going to dig every skeleton in my closet.
I think she forgets we have all the streams.
Yeah, this is just so fucking weird because this isn't even what we've been talking about.
And then I knew there would be this lawsuit and that they were going to.
This is why I say, like, if you are so confident in the evidence and stand so firmly on your fear and why you did this, why does it matter what our opinions are on what you have stated previously and your intent? You have told your intent. You flat out said misdemeanor charge. There's more words to it. And then taking the channel. You've absolutely stated your intent and your motivation. We've heard it.
Put me in the lawsuit on the plaintiff side, even though I disagree with it. And in my opinion, trying to pass me off maybe as that person. And I said no. And then they said, oh, why is she complaining? She's going to lose her damn house. All this shit. And
God,
we're going to dig up every skeleton in her closet. I got the whole green team against me. And then a whole bunch of other. And then I take offense to how disgusting and racist, misogynistic, anti-Muslim, anti-Semitic, anti-Catholic, basically against anybody that they don't deem to be a professional white person, whatever they think that is. And I'm going to set it up, and then I'm going to wait around until they threaten me. And then I'm going to take those threats and file charges, take all this fucking abuse from people who are making money off this woman, reviewing her every day for a year, to take down her channel. Imagine my luck, how that worked out for me like that. But there's a little hitch to it. Now, I'm actually frightened of taking down their channel, to be quite honest with you, because that is their main source of income. I do think I'm dealing with somebody who is, in my personal opinion, mentally unstable and possibly has an addiction problem and access to weapons and impulsive and unable to control themselves, even when they have a protection order saying they can't talk about me and still threaten me after the protection order. They don't care about the law.
Have you heard a threat at all? Well, go back a little bit. Like maybe 20 seconds.
I'm not sure what she's even fucking talking about at this point, if I'm being honest.
And possibly has an addiction problem and access to weapons and impulsive and unable to control themselves, even when they have a protection order saying they can't talk about me and still threaten me after the protection order. They don't care about the law. They don't care about a protection order. I can tell you the judge was not impressed with their respect of a courtroom or the judge herself, that judge, and their decorum in the courtroom. I'm honestly like a little frightened of it. Not a little, a lot frightened of it.
Right there.
Like, that's how serious his threat.
Right there. Frightened. But you want to go on a book tour and meet new people, but yet you're frightened. Really?
Yeah. Well, she's not going to North Carolina. It doesn't sound like she told where she's going. I don't even know what she's talking about right now.
No, but there are actual victims in this world.
I know.
That are not going to go out of their comfort zone, their home, even their state, on a book tour because they're frightened of somebody that doesn't even live in the same state as them. They can be miles and miles apart, hours apart. If they're frightened, they're generally frightened. Julie, you don't understand victims, do you? I'm asking. I'm legit asking. You really should watch some true crime shows and listen to the victims about cyberbullying, threats. Just saying. We all have.
Wild to me. Like abso-fucking-lutely wild. I don't know what she's doing here.
It's
Bizarre
where
to
I
me.
lost it.
I don't think she understands what she's doing here.
That I'm concerned that if I actually were to go to YouTube, which would be perfectly reasonable if somebody was, I don't know, on YouTube making
gonna go
threats
mute
of
for a
violence
minute.
to me and my husband, and I got your whole.
You're gonna what? Earth? You're gonna mute.
I'm going to mute for a minute because she's going to make me lose it. I don't want to get it, you or me canceled for this one.
Yeah, I don't understand what she's doing here. Yeah, Look what is happening with BHB right now. That Michelle. That's the thing is, Stacy, Nicole, thank you for being a member for 2 months. Writing a book about the mob. Yeah, thank you for the support, Caffeinated Duchess. This is weird. This is super odd.
You don't remember what he says? I don't know if you remember this nonsense. You remember what he said about the address? That I got your address? You know, the one that what's her face says it's for litigation. Remember they said I got your whole fucking neighborhood's address?
I don't recall him saying he's got her whole fucking neighborhood's address, but that doesn't make sense to me that you go out and show your fucking front of your house and your vehicles the other day if he did say that. Do you guys recall that statement being made by him? I remember you saying when you filled out the copyright strike that you acknowledged at that point that they were going to have your name and address. I don't. Oof.
Did you hear that part nonsense? The
No,
whole
I didn't.
fucking neighborhood's address?
No, I didn't hear that part, Julian. If he said that, why did you go out and show your front of your home and your vehicles? That's another question.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about taking down their channel. Like that they might actually come and harm me or my family. And
oh my God. Lord Jesus.
A restraining order is just a piece of paper, frankly. It's often, you know, the enforcement of it comes too late for people.
He did. I know he acknowledged having her address, but she acknowledged that first when she filed that copyright claim. I don't know. Bye, Aunt Maddie. Have a good day.
Who become victims of violence, there's a lot of victims of violence who have protection orders. And
yeah, Julie, this is where you're going to lose me because you are you are the fucking picture perfect example of an entitled white woman. Same with me. Sure am. And you don't even fucking care. And you sit here thinking that you are some fucking victim. Self-made. You are. Sure are.
And yet they still become victims of violence.
Yeah, she wants him to come.
In a truck.
Though.
Yeah. Yeah, you got a truck. What's it say? Non did say one of the threats was towards her, not you, even though I was on the screen and BJ was speaking on me. And he said he now had your address the day after the copyright, and you may not wake up tomorrow. The way not wake up tomorrow was nonsense.
Oh, fuck. See, this right here.
You're going to die on a something and
inaudible. The inaudible part.
There's been so many threats, but
no. No, there were two specific threats of violence you claimed. 2 specific threats of violence. And see, this is where you fuck yourself, Julie. This is where you fuck yourself, because you detailed that you might not wake up tomorrow was about you when it was conveniently about you. We have the stream where you acknowledged that it was about me. And then you went on to, again, use it in your escalation of his pattern of events against you. You claimed you filed 2 police reports regarding December 4th, which is when he says, I got a big one. Come around here. I got a big one for you. Send you to your fucking destination. That's what he said. Wasn't even named to you. BJ was talking to you. Craig was talking to fucking who knows. Just like you tried to make they do sodomy in the street in front of children. You tried to make yourself they. Here we are. This is why I can't with you. You don't even fucking know.
I think the one that you're talking about, there was both a threat to me and a threat to nonsense. The threat to me was when I was on the screen. The threat to nonsense, I don't think they were showing me on the screen when he made the threat to me. When he made the threat to nonsense, they weren't showing me on the screen. Is nonsense saying...
And I don't even think it was necessarily a threat to me, because right before that, he said crazy grannies or greasy grannies, whichever the way. So I took it as potentially to granny, but it was too open-ended, and I'm not feeling fucking threatened.
That when they were showing me on the screen and
because it's the motherfucking truth, I might not wake up tomorrow. You give me a headache.
Saying my name, Julie, and talking about me and looking at pictures of me, that threat was actually about her. Maybe she's delusional.
Oh my God, what the fuck?
And you know what? Nonsense. Do you not care about, it's not even about your safety. I guess the law, it depends on the laws of your state. If you don't have cyber harassment, you couldn't do it, because you would have to believe that they would actually carry out that threat. In cyber harassment, it's not, you don't have to necessarily believe that a person will carry out the threat. It's harassment because it is against the law in every state to threaten somebody with violence, even if you're not going to actually carry it out. You cannot say to a person, I'm going to take a gun and boom, boom.
Okay. There's also, I'm not even, nope, not doing it. Not fucking doing it.
You. In a serious way. No jokes, And guess what, nonsense? Even if they're drunk, it's still against the law. Did you know that?
Huh. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? I thought that was part of why it is more dangerous, because he was intoxicated and reckless. Huh? Like, what is she doing here? She was so clear and concise about what she filed. Autumn, Autumn, help.
Crimes are still crimes even when people are drunk. Can you believe that?
Really?
Even drunk driving is a crime when you're drunk. In fact, it's part of the crime.
Really? Who would have thunk it?
You don't think violence happens when people are intoxicated?
You are such a condescending fucking bitch. I'm glad that you think you are the only person that has ever experienced anything in your life.
Do you know anything about crime? Yeah. What a weak person you are to take that. I guess you think threats of violence are funny.
What? What the fuck is happening? Who the fuck has... No, I'm not the one out here making fucking parodies of him, Julie. That'd be you, bitch.
Yeah, and take your money. All I wanna do is and take your money. All I wanna do is and take your money. All I wanna do is and take your money. MIA, third world democracy. Yeah, I got more records than the KGB. So, no funny business, you already are. Some murder. Some let go. Some murder. Some let go. All I wanna do is and I take your money. All I wanna do is and I take your money. All I wanna do is
When you were over here making a motherfucking parody of a serious situation, I was actually addressing the concern that I had about him being inebriated with loaded firearms in the reach of children. We aren't the same. You were making fucking parodies, thinking it was cute and funny to mock, when he was actually threatening people, a specific person. You thought it was fucking parody worthy though, right, Julie? Yeah, you're right. We're not the fucking same. Carry on.
Against women. It's all a big joke. Nobody should, if the laws of their state allow them to press charges for making threats of violence, which is illegal, your advice to women nonsense is that women should not avail themselves of those laws.
If he is the one making the threat, then why isn't he the one facing the criminal action? Answer that. Why didn't you file a citizen's complaint against him, since he's the one making the fucking criminal threats, according to you? Stop trying to act like you are taking a stand for women. You're not.
No, you're not.
Stand for martyrhood on fucking YouTube. Don't get it confused what you're doing here. You're not a DV victim in this capacity. You aren't a victim, except of some shitty fucking ass words from a reckless fucking drunk that you chose to poke at.
Your hatred for me has overwhelmed your logic.
Oh my God. Julie, I hate to tell you, but you don't get a spot in my energy fields of hatred. You're irrelevant. You're content to me. I know that's hard because you can't separate your emotions and what this is. I don't hate anybody except a couple people that I know in real life that have earned that. Outside of that, you're fucking a stranger on the internet and you're content because you made yourself content. That's it. That's all. Don't flatter yourself that it's anything deeper.
You are illogical. And frankly, the number of hours you've dedicated in the last week seems a little obsessive. And maybe you want to talk to your therapist about it.
Oh my God. Here you go with
Here
the
we
therapist
go.
thing.
Here we fucking go.
That's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. But do what you want.
You know, I could make all sorts of fucking digs at you, Julie. I really could. Factual digs. I could say all the things, but I'm going to treat you like I did BJ in the beginning. I'm going to let you unravel yourself right in front of our faces because that's what you're doing. Your situation, your background noise, Julie, I'll remind you again. I'm not talking about the young men, so don't even try that. You know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. It's just as problematic, in my opinion. You have a fixation on talking about alcoholism. I wonder fucking why.
It's not going to affect my actions either way. I'm going to protect my family the way I see fit. And no idiot in Arizona on YouTube who makes a living reviewing this other person. That's how they choose to spend their days and nights. Getting nowhere. What have you accomplished with all your reviews? Pointing out all the lies. You've changed. How have you changed one fucking thing? You've changed nothing. Nothing has changed. You've dedicated days, weeks, hours, months a year of your life reviewing a person, and you know what kind of difference you've made in their life and in everybody else's life? Zero.
Julie, calm down. Simmer down, okay? Simmer down.
There are a few of us that have done a very successful job at holding BJ accountable for her words and her actions and debunking her lies. Actually. And you might want to talk to your friends and find out what a difference I've made. Especially when they're being accused of crazy shit. Carry on.
Zero. In fact, your inaction on everything has allowed your friend, Granny's watching, to be hurt financially, emotionally.
My inaction. Okay. My inaction has allowed Granny to be hurt. Like I have control over BJ. Woo! Wow.
There is the reaching.
You've changed. How have you changed one fucking thing? You've changed nothing. Nothing has changed. You've dedicated days, weeks, hours, months.
Maybe you should ask the people who over time left BJ because they saw her words repeatedly being debunked and her lying in real time because of my content. Maybe you should ask the people who have thanked me repeatedly for helping them see the light by showing her own words, by not just taking petty little fucking jabs here and there and making them a parody. I don't have to justify what I do to you or anybody else.
A year of your life reviewing a person, and you know what kind of difference you've made in their life and in everybody else's life? Zero. Zero. In fact,
hold on
your
a second.
inaction on everything has allowed.
Julie, do you know how many people on this platform have used nonsense as content because of the research she has done and the content she's put out? How many content creators, myself included, other people that do content? Do you know how many have used her streams? More than you think. So you might want to simmer down a little bit there, lady. Jesus Christ. You were fucking crazy.
Yeah, Lauren, isn't that fucking ironic?
Your friend, Granny's watching, to be hurt financially, emotionally. It's affected her children, her ability to pay for things for them, like, I don't know, college.
Julie, we see what you're doing here. You might want to take it down a notch. It's not going to work. Do you know how many people have tried this same maneuver that you're trying to do right now? Do you? Stop trying to drive a wedge between people and creators. It's not going to fucking work. It's happened way too many times, and we see it. We see you. We don't have blinders on. You do.
Bree says, Julie thinks she's the only hater Beck has had. I can already hear Bree saying that in her head. Julie thinks she's the only hater Beck has had. Thank you for being a member for 36 months. So first and foremost, Julie, let's just set the record here straight. I had nothing to do with what BJ did to Barbecue and Granny. Absolutely nothing. In fact, I dedicated hours and hours to make sure that we, the public, by bringing that back, knew the truth. We went through page after page after page, hours, same obsession you think I have with you, to make sure that we knew what was even going on and being said. What was claimed in those filings was what was said. I dedicated hours of time going through streams with the claims versus what was actually said. We learned that they lied and manipulated so much through those filings. You're right. It didn't change the outcome of how much it cost her because the courts, people like you, hold up court processes. So unfortunately, nope, you're correct. I couldn't save her. I couldn't fix it. You're damn fucking right. Because people like you and your frivolous fucking need to be a fucking victim hold up court time. So they have had to sit there while the court works through their very slow fucking process. You're right. Granny has been cost money, emotions, time at the hands of BJ. Yeah, I never justified it. Sure as fuck didn't. And yeah, I couldn't fix it. I don't see you doing anything to even try, except try to be a bigger victim.
And other activities that she should be spending on, she's had to have worries that she shouldn't have to have as a young woman. You've done nothing. You've spun your wheels. How about set a goal?
I've done nothing. I've spun my wheels. Jay, Revival Jaded. I've done nothing and spun my wheels. Somebody like Julie will never get the value of my content because she is a target of my content, because she is a LawCow to the highest degree. She has said, hold my beer and watch this shit. I'm going to show you BJ, BHB, and friends how this fucking shit is really done. Sure did, didn't you, Julie? We see you.
And try to achieve it instead of doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different outcome. That's the definition of crazy. Sorry. I'm sorry. He is off. My God. Yeah. Oh, her opinion doesn't matter. She's not the judge. And certainly it's not going to change what I'm going to do because, I mean, Angelina, you know me. I mean, Della, you know me. There's nothing more important to me than my family. I'm going to protect my family. But unfortunately, the law only goes so far in terms of that protection.
Okay, there's a comment in here by Della. This is why I'm saying her people are so fucking full of shit. It's not even funny.
Oh,
Yet,
I said it last night.
she is trying to convince people in the 9-hour lives that you are trying to use threats that were made towards her. Granny said BS and said Julie was on the screen. Oh my God, they don't even know that these are different situations. They have no idea. Wendy, and you are so fucking appreciated.
Look what I just did to my finger.
Up to good? You know I'm trying. I'm fucking trying right now, dude, to keep my mouth shut. But I've taken more than enough of this bitch and her fucking straight up lies and watched people condone this shit. I'm over it.
But whatever it offers, I'm going to avail myself of in the hopes that, you know, if things get out of hand, at least I have something that can be used to put a stop to some things in the future. I guess it's kind of like an insurance policy in that sense, you know, if the threats if I should be granted a final restraining order and the threats continue, there would be real consequences. And it is my understanding that restraining orders are reciprocal in most states. So like if I had a restraining order against somebody and that
this is why she doesn't want this out here. She knows she fucked up with this one. Don't, Dina, don't. Please don't let this please don't. It isn't right for Craig to make threats, but why was BJ discussing you, JS, on her lives? Because you did her family tree and put out information on different people in her family. Did you tell the judge about your participation? Thank you, Janison and County. Of course not. I am. Oh, there's so much I could fucking say right now, and I'm just not going to.
person moved to another state, right? And was violating the restraining order.
So this is where people like her become very much an interest to me, because this is a display once again that they can't debate on the actual words that they have said. She can't come out here and be like, okay, look, this is where they're going wrong. It's going to be up to a judge. Here it is. It's a personal attack on my character and attempting to discredit me. Who does this? It's the exact fucking same thing that BJ used to do. It's the exact fucking thing. They can't debunk what we've listened to them say. So instead, baffle with bullshit. And man, she is fucking trying.
From another state, the other state where they lived would uphold that restraining order in that state. Yeah, and if I didn't do anything, that's a very good point. And then something happened, everyone would criticize you for not doing something. You know, Angelina, there's a lot of hypocrites on here who say, I just don't understand why this so-and-so, this man, he's allowed to get away with this and this, right? How is he allowed to get away with this and this, right? How is he allowed to go on here and threaten people?
See, right here, her chat's even hyping her up that if she doesn't do something, nobody's going to do something to hold them accountable. That's fucking bullshit.
Y'all are just wild with the conspiracies.
It's fucking bullshit. Oh, what the fuck?
Hope y'all can sleep at night. Just saying.
He does threaten me. And you know what? I documented it. I didn't press charges right away. And then he threatened me again. And you know what I did? I documented it. I filed a police report. Still didn't press charges. First threat, documented it with the police, didn't press charges. Second threat, documented it, still didn't press charges. I said, I'm a crybaby, right? Everything scares me. And then things started to escalate even more. And, you know, you have to keep in mind, that was a wild month. I mean, I can understand why certain people would miss some things, because go back to end of November, December, January, there was a lot happening. I don't have the exact time frame down, but I remember around the holidays, okay?
How do you not know the exact time frame when this is the orders that you have filed and the police reports that you have filed? How do you not recall the timeline of events when you have been detailing a pattern of escalation? See, Julie, what happened here? Let's be honest for a moment.
Please tell her.
Clue and Cletus. BJ tried getting ROs on them in October. Thankfully, that didn't pan out. They hired attorneys. November, you started escalating your behavior because you were pissed off about what BJ did to Clue and Cletus. What else happened in November, Julie? Anybody recall?
I'm going to let the chat talk. I'm not saying a damn thing. I know, but I'm going to let the chat say it.
Your fallout with Jay took place in November, in case anybody doesn't remember.
I can't believe the chat didn't remember that.
People that couldn't stand you felt bad because the hate bonding was over Jay.
Not me. I didn't feel bad for shit.
You hate bonded like a motherfucker with people over Jay because other people were pissed off at Jay because of what she had done to other people. You started aligning yourself with people like Chroma Reels and Cramit. You recall? Because I sure as fucking do. Then somehow, some way, you were going to take on this battle because Clue and Cletus were, how dare she say all these things to Clue and Cletus? Right? So you started muddying the water between the Jay situation and what BJ had done to Clue and Cletus. You started poking for a reaction, in my opinion. Sure as fuck did. December 4th rolls around. You got a reaction, just like Clue, Cletus, Truth, Chris Pradfoot, and anybody else. Everybody else. That was enough for you, though, right? You decided, hold my beer and watch this shit. I'm going to copyright claim her in the month of December. Knowing that would give BJ ultimate victimhood, because she would then be able to say, these people are trying to take my income. Yep, you did that. Not only in the copyright claim did you make ridiculous claims, 9 of them to be exact. You then demanded $1,500 for her using your content. See, facts don't fucking change. That's the problem you have, Julie, is your facts are situational when they're beneficial to the story you're telling. December 10th, after the copyright claim, when you were poking back and forth with BJ, she went live, reviewed you. Sure did. December 11th, you come on live stream detailing that you don't have enough. Yes, things were said, but you didn't have enough to go to the police. It was inaudible. Wasn't direct enough to you. You weren't going to go to the police, but if there was a next time, you would go. If that was the 11th of December. Somebody comes into your chat at the end, encourages you to go to the police. Then you go to another live stream, and supposedly after that, 10 people reached out to you and told you, I would file a police report. I sure would. December 12th rolls around. You had threatened her to go to the police. She finds out that you're threatening her to go to police, makes a comment in Sinner's comment section, states her police department was waiting on your fake police reports, basically, in essence, is what was said. Not verbatim. You did 2 live streams on the 12th of December. The first one, all giggly, and then you find out she said that, and you lost your fucking mind. I'm calling the police on you, Brittany. I'm going to the police on you. What'd you do? You already had determined on the 11th that those threats were bad enough that you were going to go to the police after some encouragement. Then when Brittany says that, you use that as your catalyst to go to the police to report threats that you were not clear on December 11th were even to you or report worthy. The 12th of December, you take your ass to the police station after that and your little freak out on live stream. And yeah, I've detailed all this. Screaming, how dare you? It's what's that word? What's this? You're interfering. You're trying to interfere, Brittany. Yeah, that's what you sounded like. Pretty fucking pathetic, isn't it? Then you went and took a selfie outside the police station when you made your fucking report. And that wasn't enough, right? You started tit for tat. That's the name of your live streams, going at War Eagle and Brittany. Then something's mentioned by you that they were doxing and showing a video of your child. That was Lolly that was threatening you that, and I think War Eagle. Somehow, in the mix of all of that, you determined that it would be beneficial to you to blame it on Brittany. Yeah, really weird, because it was War Eagle's post and Lolly making threats to you. To which you also said that you and Al were going to be filing a defamation suit after the holidays on Lolly because of her threatening you, which I actually spoke out about. Yeah, sure fucking did. Then you kept poking back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. To the point, War Eagle makes a post, puts it on her page, community post. Your adult child completely edited out, blurred, name crossed out, and tells you, we're not doxing. This was publicly available. To which BJ goes live and shows it. Not the video, a still photo off of War Eagle's page. At that point, you change your story from your child being doxed and your video had been removed. How dare they? How are you passing this video around? In fact, you had an entire fucking lost your goddamn mind on Christmas Day, screaming and hollering at them Christmas Eve, Christmas Day about this incident, didn't you, Julie? Then you claimed that you filed a police report on behalf of the adult child, saying that his high school was identified and he was being doxxed and taunted. Never happened, though, did it? His high school wasn't identified. He wasn't being taunted. In fact, BJ couldn't even fucking stay awake. But you see, situational truth is your thing, because the situational truth of that is War Eagle was the one who made the post that Brittany showed. There was no doxing involved. There was no taunting involved, but it didn't suit you. Craig never spoke on your kids, which you also lied about. See, the facts don't fucking change. And I know one thing. If I was so fucking afraid and go into the goddamn court, I would know for sure what was done, when it was fucking done, and who it was done by. Seems you can't even get it fucking straight. Just kind of like the story of your mother being added to the ROs. You came out here and stated that somebody threatened your mom. You didn't know who it was, though, did you? You couldn't blame it on Craig and those guys yet. Then after your court hearing, when they got a continuance, you told the internet that your mom was hiring you an attorney. And now all of a sudden, it's not because she's being threatened that she's added to the RO. It's because she's going to be recovering at your house. And that's the need for her to be on the RO. Or is it the fact that you need to manipulate her into believing that she possibly was threatened when she wasn't, just like you did on behalf of the adult child who obviously has no fucking clue what you're doing and using him for, using his disabilities for, which is really something that fucking makes me sick. You acknowledge the one can't consent. And then the other one just became fodder for you somehow to blame everybody else for your poor behavior. That entire video has been on the internet for a goddamn year. You know exactly where it's at. Situational awareness, right? Situational facts matter to you. You filed a police report again due to December 25th, and you claim all these things were happening to the adult child, which weren't. Then not only that, then going forward, Brittany says something about wanting to contact Al. Get a hold of Al. You know, kind of the same way that you had been trying to get a hold of her family and digging into her fucking family behind the scenes. January 15th, in fact, trying to still dig on the person that you are claiming is harassing and stalking you and all this fucking shit. Not illegal. Disgusting. Can't imagine if it would have happened to you. In fact, you filed a police report, but you waited until Al was in bed and had him come to you. You didn't tell Al until the next day that this supposedly happened. Why is that? Is it because Al told you to get the fuck off the internet and stop engaging in this bullshit? And Al isn't paying for your fucking shenanigans anymore? Is that why your mom got roped into it, Julie? Seems to me that Al isn't entertained by this. Seems to me like Al knows a little bit about what you're doing, but not fully. Why, if your family is so afraid, why didn't Al accompany you to court to protect his family? Similar to BJ? Sounds like, huh? Sure, he's probably aware of things you want him to be aware of when it's beneficial to you. Because you know, as well as the rest of us do, that he ain't going to spend any time going back and actually hearing what the fuck was said to you. So instead, you're manipulating your elderly mother with health problems the same way you use your adult children for your fucking internet games. Yeah, you're no different than BJ, and you make me fucking sick. I said what the fuck I said. But I know, as far as me and my family was being fucking threatened, I can still tell you the time and events that happened in 2022, the threats that came. I can still give you a fucking breakdown of where they came from, who they came from, in the date and time order. Sure fucking can. Because when it comes to my protecting my family, it's not about internet fucking fodder or ass pats and accolades on the fucking internet. It's about actual protection. You'll never understand what I fucking do because I don't play games and try to seek out situations to be a fucking victim. to be accepted by a bunch of fucking strangers on the internet that don't give a fuck. They just hate somebody more than they like you. Carry on.
Like before, like say between Thanksgiving and New Year's, right? There was a lot going on there. There was threats being made.
Oh, and Julie, by the way, next time you pull one of these shenanigans, maybe you should airtight your fucking timeline of events a little bit better, because you detailed every one of the things I just fucking told you in your own fucking words in your own goddamn time frame.
And that right there, Julie, you just got taken to school. Just so you know. Hope you brought your notebook and your handy dandy pen.
Made to multiple people, not just me. I wasn't the only person threatened. Apparently, I'm the only one who filed a police report. Or no, I think that somebody else filed a police report. But I filed a police report, but I didn't press charges until January. Because things started to escalate even further. Because
again, the only person she pressed charges on were Brittany. Craig, she took out a temporary restraining order against Craig in Superior Court. Brittany is the one who she took out a criminal private citizen's complaint. Petty disorderly persons that she has, once again, many times tried to confuse it intentionally, in my opinion, as cyber harassment. Totally different code and a different charge. Just a reminder in case you don't know. This is from Allegedly Speculating.
And this document is titled Certification in Support of Probable Cause. Now, this document was filed by YouTuber Julie against YouTuber Brittany. I will pull this document up. It will be watermarked. If you want this document without the watermark, you can find it on my Patreon, which will be linked below. We are going to go through this document. So as you can see, I'm going to zoom in. It is a certification in support of probable cause in the county of Passaic. Date of incident, 3 incidents in December of 2025, December 4th, December 10th, and December 25th. Municipality is going to be North Hazelton. I offer the following facts and information to establish probable cause in this complaint against...
I don't know if she called the cops on Betty or not, but Betty did absolutely go hard as fuck on Julie. It was actually vile what Betty said. Because Betty did taunt those young men. Betty did go as fucking far as possible.
And it looks like Craig's name is marked out, but originally it said Craig Black and Brittany N. Jackson. Craig Black has been marked out, and now it just says Brittany N. Jackson. And then it reads, whom I would like to charge with, and then we got NJSA 2C33-41, criminal cyber harassment. Over here on the side, there's a note that says, I have typed and detailed more on 2 pages my police reports. That's what this square thing says right here. The first question says, how do you know the identity of the person you are charging? And Julie wrote, via YouTube, became aware of them when they included me in an exhibit in a lawsuit in PA against 2 other YouTube creators. And then it says, describe the incident in detail. Under that, it reads, there has been an escalation in December of 2025 of cyber harassment, repeated threatening statements, and alarming, menacing conduct targeting me. Communicated electronically over social media and documented in 3 police reports filed with the North Hazelton PD, Craig Black and Brittany Jackson over their YouTube channel with over 20,000 subscribers, made explicit threats of violence, suggesting bodily harm and death, causing me fear and significant emotional distress. Also, Brittany Jackson obtained and knowingly displayed content of my autistic, recognized disabled by the state of New Jersey, son that I had deleted years ago because he does not want to appear on social media. Both myself and my autistic son were...
Joe, hold on. Hold on just a second.
Taunted And although Miss Jackson blurred his face, she revealed identifying his public school at the time of the video. The conduct of Craig Black and Brittany Jackson caused fear.
Sorry, Kenzie was following me around for a minute, and then she was done, and then she came back. Joe, I meant the public fallout with Jay happened in November. Julie took opportunity of the public fallout with other people and Jay. Her and Jay's fallout had happened previously, but that's when the public fallout, like the other creators, fell out with Jay. And Julie latched on to other creators at that time. That's when that happened, was November. Sorry, didn't mean to confuse you there. Very aware.
Fear and emotional distress to me and my autistic son.
Wait, get back up.
And then it is signed by Julie, and the date is January 8th of 2026.
You want to know what's also really interesting in this time frame is BJ had, so December 4th was Julie's first police report. December 5th was the double SWAT call. No, you're good. You were on it as far as that goes. Sorry, that dumped twice. I didn't mean to do that. Julie's first police report was December 4th. BJ had that police interaction on the 5th. Julie's behavior escalated and made another police report on the 12th of December. BJ had a CPS call on the 16th of December. Now, I want you to think about something, because BJ, a liar who lies to lie, but stated very oddly that in that CPS contact, that somebody, whoever called, stated a popular YouTube channel by the name of Chroma Reels. I'm sorry, what? Popular YouTube channel? Who would call Chroma Reels a popular YouTube channel? Well, maybe one of her friends.
No, me.
Maybe somebody that found her beneficial to gathering videos. Maybe somebody that liked Chroma Reels. Popular YouTube channel is quite the interesting classification, though, if you ask me. And yeah, coincidental things happen for sure. But sometimes it's very too convenient, especially when Chroma Reels happen to be the one to go find some of these Broadcastify events. I also recall LDS missionaries going to the home, and I think it was Chroma Reels that found that Broadcastify event right after it happened too. Oh, Terry Lynn's best friend out here running around. But, you know, coincidental, right? I don't know. You tell me. Quite the tight timeline there of events. See, what I do doesn't benefit people like you. You're right, Julie. It benefits people with a fucking brain.
Not only was this person threatening a lot of people, but there was a lot happening in that household. Remember, there was a lot of calls. Not from me. Get those calls. Let's get those call logs. Get those call logs. I hope you get those call logs.
Bree says, we're all world famous, don't you know? Thank you, Bree. Mr. 305, worldwide.
Get those call logs, because my phone will be on it. Sorry. But I think you should spend the money and get them, just to be sure. You never know. Go ahead and spend that money. Get those call logs. But there were calls being made to whatever. CPS was coming to the house a lot. And I don't remember what was. Oh, I think police called when he threatened Chris Proudfoot. And then somebody else. There was just, you know what I'm talking about? Like, there was a lot going on that month. There was a lot of calls there. There was a lot of police activity there. It was like there was a lot of spiraling going on.
Really?
And so, you know, maybe somebody missed something. I didn't miss it. A lot of other people didn't miss it. Cluminati didn't miss it. She heard it. She played it. Other creators played it too. Get ready, nonsense. I'm going to play all those creators talking about the threats against me, where they say the day after, whatever, 2 days after, whenever they reviewed it, he's threatening Julie. Oh no, it wasn't just Julie who was paranoid saying, this is me.
Again.
What
Who
is
are
she
they?
waiting for? Yeah, what is she waiting for then?
She's already played this. She's already played these. Does she forget this?
No, when she what is she gonna start reviewing your long streams?
She's already
I'm waiting.
played that though. She's already played these other clips and the threats that why does it matter about the other creators? That's an interesting twist there. She's
No.
played the clips of the supposed threats herself on her channel. So why does it matter about the other creators? Huh?
I'm talking about when is she gonna start playing your 11-hour, 9-hour, 10-hour streams? When is she gonna start doing that? I'm waiting for that.
Have fun.
Snap to it, Julie. Come on. We need a laugh.
Julie wants attention.
Yeah.
Really? Your friends, your buddies did live streams. They played it. And you know what they did? They backed it up. They went backwards. They said, wait, let me hear that again. Play it again. Who's he talking about there? What's on the screen? What did they say? Who did they just say? Are they talking about Julie? Yeah. Not one creator, not two creators, not three creators. I have videos of 5 creators. Friends of yours, nonsense. How embarrassing for you.
She thinks oh my God. So she thinks because other again, tell me this isn't what this is for.
Is this real life?
Why does it matter what creators think about these statements? Why does it I don't have 5 friends that are creators, by the way. Just an FYI. Why does it matter though if she has enough evidence to support her documentation? What does that matter? I thought the judge will decide based on the law, and he broke the law. I thought that's what we were dealing with here.
Maybe some of those creators today are saying they didn't say that.
Oh my God.
Good thing I downloaded all of it.
I love this.
Yeah.
This is weird.
Oh yeah. Even back around Halloween, right? I documented the behavior. I documented what was going on because it was scary. It was frightening. It was alarming. And it was upset. It pissed me off too. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, did this guy just threaten me? Is this guy just somebody's gonna send me to my final fucking destination?
That Crackerjacks is very interesting. Cooper. And she just misrepresented once again what was said there. Hold on. Let me grab it because that is important. Like, what is she doing here? Julie, you're not helping yourself by doing these. Again, for somebody that has all of this evidence, none of what I say matters, correct? I mean, this is what he said to you. This right here. December 4th.
Normally, I'm like, let's not give this weird lady attention, but my God, she's crossing the lines big time.
It's like I just said earlier, like they have no shame anymore, and they're proud of their evil. You know, they put it on display. They walk down the street doing sodomy in front of children and shit. I think that's cool too.
I'm flabbergasted again.
Right.
What did she think?
Oh, wait. That's Reality and BJ talking to you, right, Julie? Yep, it is.
Soulless demons.
Well, you
soulless demons. That's what Craig says.
tell me. I don't know.
Come around here, I got a big one for you. Send you to your fucking destination.
Send you to your fucking destination. No final in there. No. Still just as bad. Still drunken ramblings of a madman, in my opinion. Come around here. I got a big one for you. Send you to your fucking destination. Yep, that's what he said. Sure did. You're on the screen. Brittany and Reality are talking to you. Craig? I don't fucking know who Craig's talking to or who he thinks he's talking to. He's still rambling about fucking who knows.
This is crazy. This dude's he's holding game hostage.
Oh, then he goes right back into, this is crazy. This dude's he's holding game hostage. Well.
Like, sorry, I don't know where you live, but that shit doesn't fly around here. Thank you, Mittens and More. It's been very difficult to, although I've had a lot of people say, you don't say shit. And I haven't. They're in for, I won't say they're in for a rude awakening because, I know that they know what they did. I mean, even when who says, he never said anything about you. He never talked about you. He never threatened you. Right? So what? They say a lot of things that don't happen. I wasn't sleeping. You didn't, I didn't lie. I didn't use that money for other purposes. When Clue came up on Non's panel, minutes after Clue's channel went down, Non voiced frustration that nobody was willing to follow through with anything. So they'll keep getting away with old behavior.
This Della Jean buddy of hers is really a manipulative bitch. No. Again, me voicing frustration about YouTube allowing the things that we have watched happen is completely different than encouraging Julie's lunatic ass. Sorry, Della Jean. I see why you're friends with Julie, though.
Oh, yeah. Where's that energy for somebody following through? Maybe they don't like the person who followed through. Tough shit. I don't have a right to protect myself because you don't like me? Get the fuck out of here. I'm not going to respond to her. I don't give a fuck what she says. She's an
hour later.
Nobody. Believe me. A year, 2 years from now, I'm going to come back. She's going to be doing the same old shit in the same old place, accomplishing nothing. Just like she's always done. Spinning her wheels.
Damn, those wheels spin so much that they got you in a fucking bind, don't they?
And me, and Della, and Angelina, and Mins, and More, and Green Eye PI, we're going to meet up throughout the country. And we're going to toast the good life. I mean it. I really do.
Julie always likes to puff her chest, chromodome. That's Julie for you. Yay, Julie. Still can't find out what fair use is. She can copyright just like she did to Britney and do her little song and dance and puff her little chest and all of that shit. Okay.
This community's toxic. She cashed in with the gifts and all be donation. But who would ever consider me? Oh, God. I don't know. That whole situation, I listen. That's wild. But I mean, what I think is hurt people. And there's certain people out here hurting others. I see them hurting others, right? I see them hurting other people. And they're not going to stop hurting. I mean, nothing anybody has done, in my opinion, has stopped certain people from hurting other people. Nothing so far. And as long as they have a microphone, they will, and an audience, they will continue to hurt others. So it is what it is. But I'm so glad to talk to you guys and see you. And
oh, fuck. Watch that personality change. Do you guys see that? Did you hear the door shut? Somebody entered the room.
I see them hurting others, right? I see them hurting other people. And they're not going to stop hurting. I mean, nothing anybody has done, in my opinion, has stopped certain people from hurting other people.
Nonsense. Have you addressed Stella's comment?
And it's
one.
The one where it says when Clue came up on Nonsense. You already addressed that one? Okay.
Yeah. Again, you can go watch that live stream and see exactly what I said. I was no way, shape, or form encouraging Julie to do this at all. Accountability is going to come to the people and by the people that BJ has done shit to.
As long as they have a microphone.
Della's just bound, determined to twist and turn anything into this being acceptable. Yeah, sorry. We live in different universes.
They will, and an audience, they will continue to hurt others.
Sure.
So it is what it is. But I'm so glad to talk to you guys and see you and have a little bit of conversation. It's been hard. I can't talk about things. I can't respond to things. It's been upsetting.
She can't talk about things. She can't respond to things. Yet that's all she's done.
Watching people lie about me, literally accuse me of a crime. That's pissed me off, I have to say. I mean, it's one thing to say you don't like me.
Julie, do you know what this is right here? This statement. And do you know what that last line is? I certify that the foregoing statements made by me are true. I am aware if any of the foregoing statements made by me are willfully false, I am subject to punishment. You understand that, right? Okay. Just making sure you understand legal processes.
It's another thing to say. I would break the law.
Hold on. Let me say something real quick. And Jolie, do you know what pisses me off the most? Is that you're saying that nonsense can cause a seizure to somebody close to you. That pisses me right the fuck off. I don't know about anybody else, but that pisses me off. How fucking dare you say anything like that? How dare you throw that into Nonsense's face when all she's doing is putting the truth out of you? You're a fucking asshole for doing that shit.
It just shows her resemblance to little BJ over there. I mean, little, as in a couple years younger than Julie. Age-wise, definitely not little in other capacities.
My family and everything for what? For attention? Is that what it?
Chico, Julie went live, or not went live. She did a couple shorts, lied in real time, tried to once again weaponize her children and their health conditions and their disabilities. And then her chat went on to say that because she has blatantly said over and over again, if the stress could cause one of them seizures, that it would basically be the internet's fault. And her chat picked up on that and ran with it. So, yep.
Was our recycling going out? What's more wild is there's a predator who Nonsense supported and does not deep dive and learn about how he fooled them and the community, but instead attacks Julie. Interesting.
Oh, here comes Island High. Speaking about Arctic Fox. First and foremost, I'm not going to deep dive him because he hasn't even been charged yet. So here we go again. Now, this is a BHB type situation, Island High. There we are. Another BHB, BJ type situation. I have nothing to do with Arctic Fox and his behavior at all. Didn't know nothing about it. Don't know him. Yeah. Carry on.
Yeah, I know. I heard about that. I don't know that person. Arctic somebody? Yeah, like seriously. Nonsense. That's a good idea. Thank you for suggesting that. Nonsense. Listen. Apparently, so I've been told, there's this man whose name, what's his name? Arctic something. I heard that you know him.
His name's Tom.
Or he's been in your chats, right? You know something about him. He's been caught in some kind of sting, like, where somebody poses as somebody. But, often in cases like that, they find, of course, you have to investigate to figure this out.
The police are who needs to investigate that, not an asshole with a YouTube channel. Because if he does have more victims, it needs to be handled with care and caution, not true crime community stuff. Yeah, this is gross, Julie. You and Island High can go sit and spin. I hear Betty mooing. Sounds just like you.
Find that there's more than one victim or a pattern of behavior, right? That's a good place. Why don't you start there? That's a good place to start. A predator. of children, right? That would be a good place to start. Or is he your friend and you don't want to attack your friends?
Yep, truck you, they will. That's for sure. Now, if he has previous victims, that was also a decoy situation. So it'll be interesting if they do charge him. There will be other subsequent crimes, I'm assuming, that they will get him for. But that is heavy on police have to do that investigation. I would never, ever fuck with something like that in case there are actual victims so they can get justice. That's called reckless. I'm not like you, Julie.
Your friends who say the N word,
Hey,
or your friends who are predators, you don't want to speak on them. Or maybe he's not your friend. I don't know if he's your friend. I know you know him. Okay. Maybe you were fooled.
Hold on,
So if you were
hold on.
fooled,
Wait a second.
expose him. That's a good, I think that.
Julie, we all fucking knew who this man was. You fucking idiot. Everybody did. But the problem is, you didn't know him, so you're speaking on something you know fuck all about. You don't know how long ago he came here. He came here with other creators before we all knew who the man was, you dumbass. I can't fucking stand you. You don't know shit about nothing. Do you not get it? We don't fight fights for you. We don't need to talk about other people for you, little Miss Brittany. And yeah, I said what I said. You are a mini Brittany. You are a fucking pathetic waste of skin. Sorry, she's pissing me the fuck off.
No, it's okay. It's all good. I just had to put my hair up in a ponytail because it's hot as fuck here.
I'll mute for a second.
The gall of you. Shauna, thank you so much for being a member for 13 months. Sorry I missed that one. And Bree, I expect you supporting a petition we all supported being used against you. Soon, the same one BJ said was about getting her reported or whatever. Oh, yeah, Bree. Yeah. Somebody, actually, War Eagle came in a comment section of mine and said, Arctic Fox promoted. Yeah, it's his fucking petition, okay? Duchess and I spoke about that. And she is actually talking to people and going to try and find out how we can make that a link that basically that ends, because bunches of us shared it across many different platforms. It wasn't about him. It was about a petition to change Amber Alerts. So it does, he was the start of it, but we are trying to figure out how to do that. So thank you, Bree.
That's a good suggestion. That would be a better use of your time, in my opinion. But if you want to continue to talk about me, go right ahead. It accomplishes zero. It accomplishes zero. As a matter of fact, you've only hurt yourself. A lot of people don't like your coverage of me because they think you're biased and they think that you are rushing to judgment without all the information. They would
think I don't need validation from strangers to do what I choose to do with my coverage.
have preferred, before you came out with all your vitriol, to hear all the facts and evidence, right? Because most people...
Put a 1 in the chat if we have listened to Julie's own statements, where the facts and evidence were from, why she filed this report and the police reports. Put a 1 in the chat if you have heard Julie state what she was filing these complaints based off of. Put a 2 in the chat if you haven't. And for the most of you that put a 2, which is totally fine, probably have not watched the in-depth coverage. Understandable. It's a lot. Julie, you have stated clearly over and over again that your evidence comes from audio and live stream videos. You also coupled that with transcripts from those videos. You detailed extensively what you filed the police reports on, down to the timestamp and the date. You put this all out here in your 25 plus videos as you were filing police reports, claiming that you were being harassed as you continued to dig further and further. and hand that information off to others about BJ's personal life while you were claiming you were being harassed by her. See, your victimhood overrode your logic in this. While you sit here and are trying to weaponize other people's situations to take jabs at me, I recognize the harm that people like you, who seek nothing but victimhood, create for actual victims. I know it's hard when you're caught with your pants down.
Regardless, how they feel one way or the other. Generally believe in fairness. And in terms of fairness,
I don't know, because the judge bases a decision on the law, not on my opinion, not on my coverage. In fact, my coverage will be irrelevant. And I've heard the excuse, well, it's helped BJ figure out where it's at. Yeah, Julie detailed all of that. You can thank Julie for that. People are so blinded by their fucking hate and seeking revenge of BJ that they can't even realize what Julie is up to and why.
they like to hear the evidence without having somebody who has a biased opinion, a vendetta, a vindictiveness, a nastiness, and kind of a weird obsession. Try to convince them of something, right? Don't wait a whole 2 weeks, God forbid, to hear the facts. Just listen to me, nonsense. I know everything. I'm omnipotent. I'm all knowing. I record all the live streams, so therefore I know everything.
Does she not get it?
But when I hear threats against Julie, I can tell you this, it's not against Julie.
She doesn't get it.
Even if they say Julie or Skull Snatch or Skolnick or show her picture on the screen.
She really, really does not understand.
Julie, can I tell you something too? Bitch, we've been called every name under the freaking table. We've all got fucking nicknames. Do you think you're the only person? Get out of here with that shit.
These people make me fucking sick.
She's so bothered by Skull Snatch. Get over it. You're on the fucking internet, lady. You're going to be called every name in the fucking book. Deal with it or log the fuck off. It's that simple. Grow some thicker skin and learn to adapt and laugh it off.
I think the reason I'm kind of unfazed by this is the exact same fucking thing BJ and her mods at the time when I started covering her did. Almost fucking verbatim playbook. The same fucking things. Threats of legal action, calling the cops on me, trying to say I was doing things nefarious to her children. The exact same fucking thing Julia's doing. By the book, just at a way fucking faster speed. They are one in the motherfucking same. One in the same. And she's sitting here in her condescending tone. I haven't done that to her. I've actually been very, very fair. Considering I have been incredibly fair. Haven't called her names, haven't taken shots at her looks, haven't done any of that. Suggested that Craig gives her a bank tutorial because he says she's got a big forehead, which she cried about that too. But I have been extremely kind and fair to her because we've listened to her own fucking words. I've even given her, when she's fucked up and said they threatened her 14 times, I was like, well, I think she actually meant they mentioned her 14 times. Yeah, like nightmare, deja vu. That's exactly right. It's fucking identical, Autumn.
We're talking about
can't fight with the facts or fucking argue on the basis of that. It's a personal attack on my character. It's become an obsession. But when it was BJ, it was good because it was benefiting people like them to know the actual truth. But now that it's Julie, it's problematic. You see, situational awareness, situational facts that work for people. This is why I can't fuck with these people. And Julie, you can smear my character all day long. And you can have those 100 subs that you're so glad unsubbed for me. I am too. I don't want fake phony fuckers who can't follow what I do. Looking in my face. But you got those people.
You do, Julie.
Enjoy them.
We don't want them.
When you're done, And you will be done. You're riding on the hate of Brittany right now because of all the shit she's done to other people. Valid shit she's actually done to other people. It'll end. Because the real victims of BJ's will get justice. And you'll be forgotten about and no longer needed.
New Jersey. It's not her. It's definitely not her. There she is, Spicy Julie. Right down, right? I mean, exactly.
Yeah.
She instead seems determined, obsessed on pushing this false it doesn't make sense. Whatever. Go for it, honey. Do you, boo?
She would have been proud. Here's the thing that irritates me so bad.
She didn't have to say that.
When we determined that we were going to go back and look at some of this, because all of us were like, what the fuck did we miss? What happened? Like, what fucking happened here? She should have been proud because it should have been like, oh yeah, very, very fucking evident. This is why she filed the police reports. This is why she fucking did what she did. It should have been right there. Instead, we found more questions than we did answers. And we found the intentional, in my opinion, spins constantly. And the intentional trying to word salad things so much that people think she filed cyber harassment claims against them instead of what she actually filed. She's got people believing that a prosecutor is charging all of this, that she didn't have a hand in it. That's fucking bullshit. That's what she said, Dina.
Who you?
YouTube says 53. I don't fucking know. I just looked at it earlier because I was like, why the fuck do you care?
You know?
The hate.
Granny claims you as a friend. She doesn't claim me as a friend. She claims you as a friend.
Yeah, she's watching my numbers.
I mean, who am I to say?
I wouldn't want you as a friend. I'm going to tell you right now. No, ma'am. I'm just saying, I would never want you as a friend. You're a bit too crazy for me. I'm just saying.
Isn't a friend to you and between you and Granny. But I tell you this. My friend was on the same side of any issue as a person with such low moral character as the one who's going to be in court on the 1st of April. I would be saying to my friend, where did you go wrong?
You know what? The fact of it is both of you have low moral character. That's the shitty situation, and trying to weaponize Granny in this situation is kind of, I mean, telling me exactly what I needed to know. Not shocking, but I think you guys see what exactly is happening here. Granny knows me well enough to know that this is my character. This is my morals. And I will never let the hate of somebody, yes, who has done her abso-fucking-lutely wrong. Yep. Granny deserves justice. Julie does not. Julie is trying to ride on what Granny has went through and weaponize that. I find that to be even more disgusting. In fact, I take offense to the fact that Granny has been through all of this and you come in at the last fucking minute, try to make yourself a victim, poke at her, and then try to use Granny's story against me and to condone your fucking little bullshit here. That's pretty grimy.
Sure is.
Nobody blames Granny.
No, they don't.
Not at all. I don't blame Granny in any way, shape, or form for feeling how she feels, and that fuck BJ. She has every right to feel that way. But I love how grimy you're admitting you are.
You belong on the other side with the grimiest of all grimy people there, Julie. You should go sit with them.
And guess what? You just told everybody exactly what you're up to. Thanks.
That you're on the same side of some issue as this person who's put me through hell and back.
You know what? You know who put me on the side of the truth? You, Julie. You put me on the side of that. I'm not defending Brittany. I think she's a vile piece of shit who lies nonstop. Both things can be true. See, we live in the real world. I'm a realist. You called me a liberal earlier. I mean, that's not offensive either. Because a lot of my chats whatever they identify as politically, whatever, it doesn't fucking matter. We're realists. And we live in a space where both things can be true. You and BJ are one and the motherfucking same. And you have proven that right motherfucking here. I love it for you. That's why you're threatening to strike this video. Because this showed your motherfucking ass. And
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh, it sure did. It just showed how crazy you are. And it shows that you're not in fear of anything or anybody. I love that. I really do.
Oh, Lindsay, yeah, she called me a fucking, or a liberal. Like she's wild, man.
You liberal, you.
Like that's a fucking insult anyways. Like who fucking cares what political party? It's just fucking funny. It's BJ's tactics all wrapped up in one again. And it's like, woo, here we are.
Aw. I mean, with friends like that, who needs enemies, you know?
Oh, thank you, Lazy Wolf.
I mean, I don't think Randy could have been more clear. This hurts me. I think were her words or something to that effect. Like, this hurts me. Not because it's me, it's because who you're helping in the process. And
here's the funny thing about that, Julie. Oh my God, what are you doing? If Julie's evidence is so solid, nothing I say or do is going to help BJ. Nothing. Julie has all this evidence, correct? Julie
She does.
Claims that everything, we don't know everything. So how is it helping BJ? Holy shit.
the person's using what you say to justify their own behavior.
Julie, the only... Urge! Wake up, bitch. Wake up. I know it's hard in there. Wake up. Guess what, bitch? I played your words. So ultimately, guess who's helped BJ? Bitch, you. Hey, baby. I get you, Kathy. That's where I am too. It's just been...
Which in turn hurts your friend. What kind of friend are you? But that's none of my business. You got...
I'm a friend that stands for the fucking truth over anything else. That's my character. That's why I am who I am. Because I'm going to stand firm in my beliefs no matter what the fuck it is. And unfortunately, this time, that was both of you are fucking LawCows.
And Julie, what kind of friend are you to anybody? I would say, like BJ, you're not a friend to anybody. BJ can't even keep a friend for more than, I don't know, 5 days, 5 weeks, 5 months. I'd be shocked if she kept one for an entire fucking year. But can you? There are people that stand on the fucking truth. Can you? I don't think you can.
Couple things. Caffeinated Duchess, it's not a criminal RO, actually. It's a civil RO. So that one piece of it. And the other one is a petty disorderly persons that usually is sent off to mediation. So the lowest misdemeanor you can even get, if it, most times it's not even charged through. So there's that. And no, Belinda, nobody's willing to even understand that part. And I don't think they understand what her situation is. No, you're okay. You're okay. A lot of people thought it was a criminal RO because of the way she's talked. And I thought it could be initially too, until she detailed what it was. And then I was like, oh, it's a civil RO. Okay. The cops didn't take it out. Julie went in and filed for the RO and she got the temporary.
That's your friendship.
Do you know what the Silververse v. Silververse is, Julie? The two-party test that your FRO has to go through?
Got to work out. I wouldn't want you as a friend, though. That's a pretty...
I wouldn't have the honor of having somebody like me as a friend because my integrity wouldn't work for somebody like you who needs situational awareness and situational facts. I wouldn't be able to be blind to facts for you. And I don't do it with Jess either. She knows that. See, the very same thing that people are pissed at me about right now is the very same thing that people liked about me at one time. It's uncomfortable. I get it. Josh shouldn't have to be dealing with this at all, but that's a you thing, not a me thing.
Shitty friend. Imagine your friend doing that. Imagine you had like a really horrible ex-husband who puts you through hell, right? And then your friend's gonna help them find an attorney to take you to court for custody of your kids. I mean,
yeah, that's a fucking wild comparison to what this is. A wild comparison, and I'm sorry, but my friendships know that that's not what to expect out of me. And I'm honored to call you my friend, baby. That's a wild comparison. A wild fucking comparison right there. Interesting, but a wild comparison. And you know what? If that was my ex-husband and I was lying, I would hope one of my friends would say, "Stop it, bitch. That man's bad enough. Let it go. Not time to seek revenge. Time for you to move on and heal. Let the fucking dirt stay in the fucking ground." That's the type of friends I surround myself with that remind me that seeking revenge is totally different than seeking justice.
you'd be like, "Are you my friend? Or are you his friend? You're gonna help him?"
Oh, that's called integrity. Yeah, something you know nothing about, Julie.
Get custody of my kids? I don't know. I mean, maybe that's a bad example, but you get my point. It's like, whose side are you on?
Oh, sure did.
And like, this is the hill you want to die on?
I'm dying now? Oh my God, is that a threat? Did Julie just say I'm going to die on a hill? I'm going to get an RO.
Person who is, I don't think it's unfair for me to say, not stable, in my opinion, not a stable individual, that it's possible he may just have threatened me. It's possible he may have threatened me. Is it so far out of the realm of possibility?
Oh my God.
You know, it's wild to me.
It's wild to me that you were pretty clear on the 4th that was to you. They was to you even. You were they. Okay. Fine. Cool. You filed your police reports. You said the police officers were the ones to determine what this was and the crimes that were committed. Again, why are you so pissed about it then? They determined it was a threat, right? They heard it with their own 2 ears. So what does it matter, our opinions on what we're hearing?
Oh no, she said he wasn't talking about you. Oh, you mean the one that you've been calling a liar for a year said he wasn't talking about me? So
what BJ has said about this whole thing is irrelevant. BJ's a fucking liar.
Should believe her about that? Is that your rationale?
No, we haven't had to listen to BJ. We've listened to your statements and what was actually said.
By the way, nonsense. In my opinion, omitting